Do theme song? Okay, I have been super busy trying to get everything together today, and I totally forgot to make an intro. So just imagine you just saw an amazing intro. Theme song, Left of the Box. Hello, welcome to Left of the Box. Bonjour, bienvenue. I'm Sandy. Yeah. Off to a great start, huh? So please, again, since I'm working with a lapel mic, lavalier mic, I don't really know the difference between the two. Let me know that you can see and hear me. I'd super appreciate that. Give me some thumbs up. So far in the SandBox, we have Jet Hermeteorologist, Paige Larson, and Grand Theft Autobot. Welcome. I always know that there's a bit of a delay, and so I have to sit here and stall. But yeah, okay. AV is good. Okay. My unofficial producers are letting me know. Hello, Cindy Wilson, and thank you for the thumbs up, letting me know everything was good. Yes, I was thinking, because my last news live stream was on Tuesday, so I was thinking, you know what? That's like 2 whole days I wasn't collecting articles and stuff for this news live stream, so this one should be shorter. No, I collected so many freaking news articles that I had to sort through, and I wanted to do something special for you all, so I scrambled to put together a segment of my TYT essay to kind of get that done. So if I raise $40 in the SandBox, you can get a sneak peek of the segment that I was working on. And like most segments that I've been working on, kind of went down a little bit of a rabbit hole. Yeah, totally. Started with one thing, connected a dot to another thing, dots, collected. Jet knows a little bit about what I was asking. It's not in the segment yet because I don't know if it's going to be in the segment, but there was just a really weird coincidence about certain graphics. So there's that. Yeah, and I had a busy weekend, so I didn't have time yesterday to maybe organize some of my articles and stuff of that sort. So I was scrambling to get it all done today. So I have been working nonstop since I woke up this morning. Oh, hello, Rusty. So, yeah, been busy trying to get everything done, but I did have a good day yesterday. I was volunteering at the Multicultural Festival, and look what I bought. It's a little froggy. You're not prepared for this. It's a little knit froggy. Beer! I love that. Support local artists, and you can get amazing little things like this. Also got a knit unicorn, because I love me some unicorns. Ugh. So, yeah, Jet is like, that was an interesting little happenstance. I might show you guys what I mean. It's so weird. And I was watching Vanguard right before came on here, saw some comments that Anna Kasparian has made recently, and so I need to watch that podcast now. I hate y'all. It's it's over 2 hours long. Keep in mind, I normally watch these at 1.5 speed to get through them faster. So I'm still going to have to sit through over an hour worth of that. Plus, I came across, so there was a small channel that I had never heard about before. I think they might be new. And she posted a clip of Jank. that when I saw it, I'm like, you gotta be fucking me. This is AI, right? You're kidding. This is AI. Okay, News Nation. He goes on News Nation with Chris Cuomo a lot. Okay. I was trying to search because I'm like, I need to know the context. And so I was searching and searching. And so finally, I just left a comment on this person's YouTube video saying, do you have the source? And they linked me to the News Nation episode that was not very searchable on their YouTube page. And so I just found the spot that was clipped. I do need to rewind a bit and watch some of that to make sure it's not taken out of context, because it is so bad. It is so bad. Wow. So I need to see if he's being sarcastic in the way that he was being sarcastic when he said, no, David Duke, you're not a racist. Because that was him being sarcastic. And I think most people watching that understand that. But just from that little clip, I'm like, nah, I need to rewind a bit, get the full context there, doing my due diligence there. But also, I got another clip. I found another clip. So Jake and Anna go on a shit ton of other podcasts recently. Some of them even smaller than my channel. Their hatred for AOC is becoming a disorder. It really is. Like, there is just something like the derangement syndrome. They're having AOC derangement syndrome. It is bonkers. I found a clip, and I'm not sharing where I got this clip because you know what? I want to show it without the Vanguard, what is that? Leaping, grabbing it from me first. I want first dibs on sharing it. What's the phrase when they snatch it from you? Stealing home base, something like that? No, I don't want the Vanguard coming across this clip. So I'm not going to tell you where I found it, but I will tell you in a roundabout way, Jank referred to AOC as the R word. And he actually uses R word as opposed to, the full word. I did my due diligence. It's in context. He doesn't exactly call her out by name, but we know who he's talking about. Oh, it is. Snatching defeat from the jaws of victory. Okay, Grand Theft Autobot. Oh, her meteorologist, my mom would love the frog. I know, it's so cute. Like, she had made them into different, like, little octopus and stuff like that, but there was just something about the frog that I found absolutely adorable, going, Brrr! Oh, let's see. Grand Theft Autobot AOC DS. Oh, wow. But I will be showing that clip in my essays. So first I need to do research to make sure the clip that I saw on this other person's YouTube channel is not taken out of context. But I don't know. If I get $50, I might show you the clip. No, I don't want to do that because, again, I don't want the Vanguard to snatch this from me. They need to put the work into it by watching all these fucking podcasts with Jake and Anna on it if they want that clip. Nobody sent me that clip, okay? Like, the one clip that I still need to review, that was at least, I found it on somebody else's random channel because it was in my recommends. But when I see that Jake or Anna are on some podcast, I will watch it. So I did the work. I sat through that whole thing and I got that fucking clip. Okay? So if the Vanguard wants it, they can go and they can start watching all of the Jank interviews. Oh, hello, idiosyncrasy. Syncrasy? Welcome to the SandBox. So yeah. Mm-hmm. You're not going to see that clip until my essays are out. But if I get that $40 in the SandBox, you'll see the little thingy that I put together, that I scrambled to put together, so much so I didn't even have an intro for you guys. Anyway, we do have like a ton of news. I don't know if I can get it through all of it tonight. I won't be able to do a live stream tomorrow, so I might have to do a second live stream on Tuesday, because fuck, this is exhausting. It's so exhausting going through all of this. And there is a lot to get through. Rusty, can you sell it to the Vanguard? Sure, if they have me on their show, I'll let them know what the clip is, and then we can review it together. That's how they can buy it from me. Have me on their show, and I will let them know of that clip, and we can review it together on their show. So, yeah, but we do have like real news to actually cover, because I'm a real news person, sort of commentator. That is my primary stuff that I do on this channel anyway, is to talk about Canadian politics. And I am still really starting to come to grips with the fact that on my tiny channel of under 10,000 people, I seem to be the only one. Like, I don't know, maybe other channels are doing this. I haven't seen them, because so many leftist political commentators are so focused on their area. So the United States or Canada, or Canadians focusing on the US, or the UK focusing on UK. And you rarely ever hear crosstalk. So, occasionally the serfs will talk about Canadian stuff. I think they might even open their live streams with some Canadian stuff. David Dole will cover some Canadian stuff, but they don't cover really, unless it's a big story like Zach Balansky coming to power or something like that. They don't really cover UK stuff. And reality is, I only see Owen Jones occasionally cover like American stuff. There we go. We're $2 there. Sorry, I need to do it the long way. There we go. Let's see. One of these days, it won't interrupt my jive doing this. Go. There we go. Hello, True Democratic North. Well, thank you so much for the $2 super chat. Super appreciate it. So we're now $2 towards that $40 goal. So just another $38, and you can see that sneak peek. Super appreciate it. Oh, fuck, what was I talking about? Right. So, Owen Jones will occasionally talk about American news. I can't recall any real Canadian stories, like just maybe a couple here and there. But to the extent that I cover all three circuits, like all the UK, US, and Canada, and I connect dots there, how is it that my tiny channel with less than 10,000 subscribers, it's me that's saying, you know what? This is definitely a coordinated attack with all Western countries. And the way that it's going right now, the Epstein class, they're looking to start to do an ethnic cleansing of all of those nations via, social media, the internet, media on the regular mainstream media, all of that. They're laying the framework for it, because the right-wingers that supported, the pogrom in Northern Ireland are the same ones that supported January 6th, are the same ones that supported the occupation in Ottawa and Alberta separation movement. It's all the same group of people, and the rhetoric that they're spewing, you can go back and you can look and compare against other genocides. It's all the same. Why is nobody else with a much larger platform talking about this? It needs to be talked about. Oh, anyway. So yeah, I got some lots of news to cover, which I should be doing. It's been a long couple weeks, you know, between the vending markets last week with my computer desk crashing and my mic breaking. uh, and I want to get a new table because I'm using another slightly broken folding table as my computer desk right now, which I'm still getting a little nervous about. And again, it shakes if I move on it too much. But to get a boardroom table, which is what I would need to do because, you know, 6 feet by 2.5 feet is the size of these folding tables, which is a good size for me. That's a couple $100 that I don't have. So anyway, Jet is going to make dinner and then be back after Lorcan. Grand Theft Autobot. Well, even though we would like to see positive change around the world, the news closest to us prioritize since it affects us directly more swiftly. Yeah, I get it. I get it. But somebody has to be connecting the dots because what happens in the UK does affect us here. What happens in the US affects us. What happens here affects them. And sometimes it's as simple as setting a precedent as to what they can get away with. Mark Carney is just the better looking identical twin of Keir Starmer. In fact, Mark Carney is probably worse because he's getting away with more of his agenda. So, well, let's just say he's smarter about how he's doing it, and he's not starting with taking money away from people with disability. Okay, no, he is seniors and arresting protesters outright for saying, you know, I support Palestine action and things of that sort. But he's doing so many other things in the agenda that can go under the radar because it doesn't have an immediate impact on people, but it will. And it's so frustrating that it's happening. And it's a hard time covering politics. Wishing I could do more to get the message out there. Also, I might be having Mike Morris on my channel again for some very exciting news. So you'll have to all stay tuned for that. Anyway, should get to the news because there's a lot of it. So first, we're going to be talking about some Islamophobia versus anti-Semitism and how they're kind of addressed here in this country. It's a little biased, just a little. Her meteorologist and some left-leaning Americans think he's great. Oh, talking about Mark Carney, yeah. I got into it with somebody yesterday about it, and she's a fan of Mark Carney, but it's like all the things that you claim to value and stand for, here is how Mark Carney is against that and actually actively working against it. I just didn't want to hear it. She's like, oh, we can agree to disagree. I'm like, fuck no. I had to hold myself back because it's like, I still need to deal with this person on a semi-regular basis. Oh, but fuck. Yeah, so I'm going to start again, international news. So first we'll look at it from the Canadian bent, and then we'll go into more just what's happening in the UK with some of this stuff. Then the federal news, and I have two dockets on the federal news because we have the bills that they're passing about the internet. So there's multiple bills that they're passing about the internet, online safety stuff and whatnot. But then there's a couple other bills that you probably haven't heard about that are being passed that are just making life worse for everyone. And then I only have a little bit of provincial news to go through, something that just warms the heart, you know, seeing Doug Ford get booed. So, and then just, you know, a teeny tiny amount of one-off stories, but it's still a lot to get through. The federal docket, I'm talking about Indigenous issues a fair bit because it's Indigenous Day. So, yeah. And there's a couple videos in those that are a tinge longer than I like to show because I like to keep videos that I'm showing under 3 minutes and they're like 5 to 6 minutes. So, anyway, I should start with the news. Okay, let's see. There we go. So, Avi Lewis again. This is who we could potentially get as prime minister in this country if people actually got their act together and started paying attention to politics. And he makes a great point here. Again, let me know in the SandBox what the audio is like, if I need to lower it, raise it, that sort of thing for the clips versus this. But yeah, we need more of this, but from a party that actually can make a difference right now.
It's a part of a pattern where the government of Canada just can't seem to summon the moral clarity and resolve to criticize both the government of Israel and take meaningful measures to intervene in an ongoing genocide and speak up against groups that are providing political cover for it. We've seen very, very specific targeted measures against certain activities in the occupied territories around illegal settlements, very, very targeted sanctions. We have the ability to sanction the country of Israel for unprecedented acts of impunity and aggression.
Yes, please, let's do that. We can, because instead Canada just keeps on looking the other way. There were some stories in the UK recently about sales of stolen land in some synagogues. That happens here all the time. There's no laws. Like, if there is a law against it, it's not being enforced. And there should be a law against it because it's illegal. So that must mean that there is a law. Like, to sell stolen land, I would think that should be illegal. And if it is, then it needs to be enforced.
That are ongoing right now. The invasion of Lebanon is contrary to every single tenet of international law, and it follows hot on the heels of a genocide in Gaza, which is ongoing to this day, as part of a globally destabilizing attack on Iran. The government of Canadians are against all of these things. We're waiting for the government of Canada to show some clarity and some international leadership on this, and criticizing organizations that are providing cover for the actions of the State of Israel should be part of that. But we should also, and we've said this many times, we should be canceling the free trade deal with Israel. We should be invoking sanctions at least commensurate with what we put on Russia around the invasion of Ukraine, which is an act that is not comparable to an actual genocide, which is going on in Gaza. And the government of Canada is trying to have it both ways as usual. And the Carney government is just made sent all kinds of mixed messages. When push comes to shove, they're prepared to be lobbied and pushed back. And I think that the theme running through all of this is a question about, to whom does the government of Canada feel accountable? And it is not the majority of Canadians, that is clear.
Prime example of what he was just talking about. Canada backing down from actually doing something a little good when it comes to this. So this is from Independent Jewish Voices. We are disappointed to learn that the Canadian government removed the World Zionist Organization. That's a dead giveaway as to where they kind of lie on things. From its most recent rounds of sanctions against Israel entities fueling illegal settlements in the West Bank. Every settlement is a war crime, and every actor helps build and sustain them must be sanctioned. IJV and our partners in the GSC sanctions have provided extensive documentation to GOC corporate about WZO, whose settlement division has been a core mass displacement of Palestinian communities, a quasi-state entity under the direction of the Israeli government. The WZOSD operates by stealing Palestinian land and allocating it to violent settlers, who it also provides with the material and financial support. If Canada is serious about tackling settlement expansion and settler violence, sanctioning WZO is a must. But no, the Canadian government backed down from doing that. And CBC actually covered it. So WZO removed from Canada's West Bank sanctions draft before released. NGOs have pushed for sanctions on the group that helps expand Israeli settlements. Okay, so we know that one. So 2 sources with knowledge of the matter told CBC News that the WZO was going to be on the list published by Global Affairs last Tuesday, but the group ultimately did not make the cut. It's not like there's a limit as to, you know, a certain amount, like, oh, sorry, you didn't make the cut because we can only have 10. That's not it. No, no. They would have not made the cut for other reasons, like pressure from Zionist groups. So CBC News is not naming the sources who were not authorized to publicly speak about the dossier. The WZO is named in Israeli law as authorized agency operating in the state of Israel for the development and settlement of the country, the absorption of immigrants from the diaspora, and coordination of activities in Israel of Jewish institutions and organizations active in those fields. The Canadian government considers the expansion of the West Bank settlements illegal under international law. Well, if that's the case, then you probably should be sanctioning this organization. If you had any backbone at all, that's what you would be doing. Canada often sanctions entities outside its jurisdiction in lockstep with allies, and this list too was published citing cooperation with Norway, France, Australia, and the United Kingdom. Canada continues to oppose the expansion of settlements in the West Bank and East Jerusalem, Foreign Affairs Minister Anita Anand posted on social media when announcing the sanctions. We remain committed to a comprehensive, just and lasting peace where Israelis and Palestinians can live in peace and security. NGOs have pushed for sanctions. Non-government organizations have been at odds with WZO, both in Canada and elsewhere. A coalition, including Amnesty International Australia, lobbied that country's government to apply sanctions on the body in February when Israeli President Isaac Herzog visited along with WZO representative. They were invited by the Australian government and Jewish communities following the shooting at the Bondi Beach last December, which killed 15 and was widely viewed as an anti-Semitic attack. Those actors are identified for their central role in the dispossession and displacement of Palestinian civilians and the expansion of illegal and unauthorized Israeli settlements and outposts of the occupied Palestinian territories, the coalition wrote. So let's just skip down a bit. So on its website, the WZO said it is committed to promoting Zionism and the Zionist idea, and that Zionist enterprise through Israel education as a vital oppressive element in the contemporary Jewish life. Positive elements of contemporary Jewish life. So the promoting of Zionism and the Zionist idea and the Zionist enterprise. You can see why this group might be a little problematic, huh? It also says it wants to expand Zionist education, including Hebrew language instruction, settling the land, and combating anti-Semitism. What land are you settling? The WZO website devoted to its settlement division explains it is a central body for the development of rural areas in the land of Israel and works to further settlement of the country by establishing, consolidating settlements as well as strengthening and growing them. So, you're taking them from others, I take it. Yeah. So how are you growing them? In 2023, the Israeli newspaper Haaretz reported an Israeli court ordered some settlers to clear out a square kilometer of land illegally allocated to them by the WZO's settlement division of the 1980s. The sources who spoke to CBC News did not offer an explanation as to why the WZO was removed from the list. Okay. Now, there has been a lot of talk of anti-Semitism in this country. It's been on the increase, and that I have no doubt of. And anti-Semitism is bad. I'm against it. Everyone should feel welcome and safe here. But it's hard to distinguish what the real anti-Semitism is when you have, politicians out there saying if you wear keffiyeh, that's anti-Semitic, or if you support Palestinian rights, that's anti-Semitic, and so on and so forth. Well, one thing that they all love to point to recently is a spat of shootings at Jewish institutions here in Canada. And the thing is that they would happen at night when nobody was there, nobody was injured, it was just property damage. But they would constantly be like, look at that horrible thing. It's the Jewish community is under attack, and this is clearly motivated by anti-Semitism. Without a doubt, it is anti-Semitism at work. Want to create a sense of fear. Toronto police say young people being hired for targeted shootings over messaging apps. So these shootings were motivated by money. The people who doing the shooting, they were paid. Young guys, 19, 20 odd so guys, like age. They were being given money to shoot at these buildings when nobody was there, so that nobody would actually get hurt, but it would just help create a sense of fear. Police say dozens of shootings across the GTA are being carried out in gunfire schemes where young people are paid by bad actors to shoot at various targets, including synagogues, Jewish schools, and the U.S. consulate. At his news conference on Tuesday morning, police say they discovered 2 firearms that have been linked to at least 27 shootings incidences across the GTA. The weapons, police said, were likely shared by multiple different shooters. Investigators have identified 3 men allegedly connected to 2 firearms, including an 18-year-old, 19-year-old, and those 2 men, police said, are believed to be involved in the shooting at the U.S. consulate back on March 10th, and one is still at large. The Integrated Gun and Gang Task Force is leading the investigation into the consulate shooting with support from the Counterterrorism Security Unit, police said. The RCMP, an Integrated National Security Enforcement Team, INSET, is also conducting a parallel investigation into what they have described as a national security incident. Toronto police say a 3rd man who is 18 has been charged in connection with the shooting incident in Etobicoke, and that has been traced back to one of the 2 guns by police. We're still doing ballistic testing, and more arrests and charges could come at a later date, says the police chief. Okay. So the firearm, 45 caliber handgun and 9mm handgun were discovered after members of the emergency task force carried out a series of search warrants last Thursday. During the raids, police said Constable Mark Pinzado was shot and killed inside an apartment in North York. That suspect, identified by police, was 19-year-old Nicholas Bennett, is facing 1 count of first-degree murder in connection with the officer's death. Okay. So the consulate shooting and others, Demke, who is the police chief, said are part of a broader trend that police are seeing. What we are dealing with in this case is another unrelated incidences, including shootings at synagogues and Jewish schools, as a recurring similar modus operandi, and that is criminals for hire. Through encrypted messaging apps, young people are hired to carry out attacks against various targets in order to get paid. They are required to film their attacks. Who is paying for this? This is what we are trying to determine. They don't know. They don't know who is paying for these young guys to be doing the shooting. But they suspect someone. It begins with an I. Begins with an I. They suspect there are influences, and it begins with an I. Chief Superintendent said the investigators are still trying to figure out the full scope of the schemes. So they think there's trying to recruit young members. Sharing firearms is common. Communication between the gunmen and those hired them is done through encrypted messaging, monetary gain. Speaking about various shooting incidents, investigators, police, Demke said bad actors are using criminals in Toronto to carry out dangerous incidences. Asked to elaborate who might be behind the shootings, Demke said the investigation is ongoing. As far as organizers and orchestrators in the background, there are multiple dimensions to that, he said. That is very much the subject of ongoing investigation. Here we go. RCMP said they would not comment on the validity of a report citing U.S. legal proceedings linking the consulate shooting and synagogue shootings with an Iraqi man who allegedly orchestrated terrorist attacks around the world on behalf of Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. Yes. They have no proof. There's no validity to this report, but they have it in the article that, you know what, it's probably Iran that's doing these, shooting for hire schemes. Probably Iran. It's been going on for a while, but it's probably Iran. The investigation is still ongoing. I do not want to comment to the validity of that information, but it is a part of our investigation. We're aware of it, and we're continuing to follow up on it. So if you have no information backing it up, why are you poisoning the well? It's not just CP24, it's every news organization in Canada that's reporting on it, that's saying it. So why mainstream media? Are you just putting that information out there? It's like, well, it could be Iran. Like, who else? Who else could be doing it? So it's probably Iran, right? Right? So this comes at a time when extremists at home and foreign actors abroad have weaponized events in the Middle East to fuel hatred and violence against Canadians. The perpetrators of these shootings and those directing these attacks on Canadian soil must be held accountable. This is a matter of safeguarding Canadian national security and our Canadian way of life. Well, Rabbi David here says, who benefits? And he's quote tweeting a Toronto Star article that I can't read because of the fucking paywall. But David here says, Toronto police claim gun for hire network is behind at least 27 shootings in the GTA. So several young people. So yeah, it's all the same information. If true, the obvious next question, who is paying them and who benefits from these shootings? And Rabbi David is like, yeah, who benefits? Who has the motivation and the means to hire someone to fire guns at night at empty synagogues and Jewish school buildings? And for that to become the story that shapes the entire public discourse about anti-Semitism in Canada. Who? And this person here also is like, yeah, okay, sure, let's soundboard this. Let's just sound it out and see if we can make sense of it. Big bad Iran hires little teenage gunmen and tells them, we want you to target Jewish buildings, but no killing Jews, okay? Just gunshots at night on empty synagogues to make it look like Jews are under attack. This will help us win the war against Israel. Sure. And this person is quote reading Jesse Brown, who is an absolute raging Zionist, who says, and he's just stating it's Iran-backed terror network paying teenage gunmen to shoot Jewish targets in Toronto. Congratulations on globalizing your intifada. But as the article said, there's no validating information behind that it is Iran doing it. So there's no proof, it's just speculation. And so this person is just pointing out Jesse is a troll. He comes out from under his little troll bridge every time there's an opportunity to manufacture an anti-Semitic hoax crisis to justify Israel's genocidal expansionist war with every entity in that region. Then he gets outed as a liar. Then he fakes, apologizes, and disappears under the troll bridge again. And then he hears about another opportunity and comes back out. Rinse, repeat. Oh, Jesse, you silly little predictable goose. Yeah. Who would benefit more from these shooting at empty buildings? Zionists or Iran? Because, Iran isn't busy enough right now dealing with Donald Trump and Israel over there. They have enough time and energy to be like, let's go hire a few kids to do some shootings in a country that we actually aren't involved with at this moment at all, to just do some anti-Semitism stuff. Let's do that. Yeah, because Canada wasn't involved, like we're involved with helping Israel, but Mark Carney says that it was a good thing that happened in Iran with the latest talks and stuff like that. We'll get to that in a little bit. But we're not directly involved with that invasion of Iran. So I'm pretty sure the Iranians have a little bit more on their plate to deal with than trying to find, some kids in Toronto to do some shootings. Just saying. Because, well, the media loves to focus on this, as Rabbi David says. The shooting at the synagogues and schools shapes the entire public discourse about anti-Semitism. Well, there is a type of hatred that is on the increase here in Canada, and whenever we have found the perpetrators of it, it has been people who were Islamophobic. Whereas there's been a lot of cases with other types of hate-motivated crimes where it was kind of in-house. But here from CBC, Edmonton police investigate after Islamophobic graffiti found near daycare. Incident condemned by mayor, national advocacy group. When we see these ones, I have yet to see that it was a Muslim person doing this to try to shape the discourse around Islamophobia. I have not seen that story yet. And I'm sure if it existed, the media would be all over it, because then that would validate a lot of their talking points. So the Edmonton Police Service is investigating after Islamophobic graffiti was scrawled near a daycare for Muslim children on the city's north side. The matter became public on Monday after the National Council of Canadian Muslims posted a screenshot of the graffiti online. The community is feeling frightened, they're feeling threatened, they're feeling intimidated, and they're worried about the safety of their families and their children. Yaha Jama, NCCM's Western Canada Senior Advocacy Officer, said in an interview with CBC News. When someone vandalizes and puts intimidating graffiti next to a daycare or school, the intent is pretty clear, and it's to ensure that Muslim families and children don't feel safe, and that's absolutely unacceptable. So that's the graffiti there. So in January, the Canadian Human Rights Commission pointed to Statistics Canada data that showed that a 173% increase between 2020 and 2024 in police-reported hate crimes targeting Muslim people. Jama said the incident is part of a concerning trend of Islamophobia across Canada and Edmonton. In early May, a 56-year-old black man was assaulted as he was driving home with his family from a Muslim center in St. Albert. Just recently, we had a situation in St. Albert where a man was beaten senseless after leaving a mosque, and this has been an unfortunate pattern we're seeing. This isn't slowing down. Jama is calling on all levels of government to come forward to denounce the incident and Islamophobia. So, this is definitely on the increase. And, Canada will pick and choose who they support in this. So we've already seen that when it came to the WZO and their expansionist program, stealing land in the West Bank and stuff like that, they backed them off from sanctioning them. Well, they also back off on things like this. And this isn't the government of Canada per se, but they're all connected. So the NCCM says it's deeply disappointing to see the Toronto District School Board cancel this important workshop to an anti-Palestinian racism within our schools and communities. Anti-Palestinian hate and racism has been a rising problem across Canada, including in schools where valedictorian speeches have been altered because they mention Palestinian human rights. Racist graffiti has been found inside school bathrooms telling Arabs and Palestinians to go home. Students wearing a Palestinian keffiyeh scarf have been intimidated and scolded. The fact that we aren't allowed to talk about it is absurd. Canceling such workshops, particularly at a time of anti-raising Palestinian racism, amounts to a clear example of erasure. And here's a little bit more on it from CTV News.
The purpose of it really was to provide the education and awareness and support that the TDSB has not done. Unfortunately, the rhetoric out there about it being divisive is the furthest thing from the truth.
Noel Morgan is the organizer of the educational workshop looking to combat anti-Palestinian racism. He says he submitted a permit request to use a space at one of the TDSB schools in the Hyde Park neighborhood with a goal to address and rectify a troubling incident that happened a year ago.
Last year, when the yearbooks were printed, 2 students at the school were featured in the yearbook wearing keffiyehs, which is a Palestinian scarf. A decision was made to collect all the yearbooks, place stickers over the faces of those students, which is a symbol of erasure, and then the yearbooks were distributed.
Do we play this game right now? Can you imagine if they were students wearing a Star of David or a student wearing the crucifix? If the school board then went through and put stickers over top of all of those images to censor them, you would have heard about that news story. This is the first time I've heard about this.
Which he says led to over 100 students walking out of Ursula Franklin Academy in solidarity with their classmates. It's at that same school where Morgan was planning to hold the workshop with a goal to unite the community.
And so the community is very hurt in the fact that the education and awareness, and especially in education, that should be happening is not happening. And we're only really catering and listening to one voice.
On the agenda for the 2.5-hour workshop was a presentation on anti-Palestinian racism. In a petition obtained by City News, 134 parents and community members signed a letter addressed to the board representatives claiming the distribution of the event's flyers were improper use of TDSB facilities for geopolitical fundraising and advocacy. In a statement to City News, the TDSB writes, in part, we had heard from people within the school community about the divisiveness this particular permit would cause. As such, we made the decision to decline this permit request.
So it's divisive to talk about something as drastic as the school board going through and putting stickers over the faces of students wearing keffiyehs, because that's not divisive. Talking about it is, though.
When we are made aware that a permit could have a negative impact on the climate of a school, we have a responsibility to act in the best interests of students.
For TDSB to cancel it with this divisive accusations, I wonder, like, this is something that I've never heard about. Human rights and fighting racism is a divisive thing. That is as simple as we want people to know that these people are feeling the harm, and we just need to educate people about it and just get the same rights as everyone else.
Morgan says he plans to host the event elsewhere, but both he and other advocacy groups are calling on the TDSB to reverse course and reinstate the permit. Rianne Campbell, City News, Toronto.
Well, it's not just that. So more from Rabbi David, Jewish Canadians support the exhibit. So this is one time where the pushback happened and the institution did not capitulate. And they decided to stand on principles. So Jewish Canadians support the exhibit. And so he's talking about this here. So Rachel Thomas, member of Parliament for Lethbridge in Alberta, should give you an indication where her politics lie. The Nakba exhibit hasn't even opened and already it's a scandal. The Canadian Museum for Human Rights is moving ahead with Nakba exhibit despite serious concerns from Jewish Canadians that it lacks context and transparency. Keep in mind that these people were more than happy to have the Nova Festival exhibit go around. Probably even attended it when it was in her area. I don't know, but you know, I know some higher up politicians were attending that exhibit, but to have an exhibit about the Nakba, whew, wow, that's a scandal. So she says the museum consulted anti-Zionist voices. leaving out that a lot of them were Jewish, met with Palestinian representatives to Canada. Considering that's who was targeted in the Nakba, it would make sense. And refused to tell the full story, including the 850,000 Jewish people forced to flee Arab countries after Israel's founding. Forced to flee Arab... forced to flee Arab countries. How about the Nakba, which, you know, massacred and forced 750,000 people out of certain areas. So the Jewish people, I don't think a lot of those were forced to flee. They just went to this new area. So she says that's not education, that's political activism dressed up as human rights. Public money should not be funding a one-sided political narrative. But please show the Nova Festival thing on the public dime. That's fine. That's not one-sided. That's not biased. That's not full of lies and hospera. No, no, no. So David was quote tweeting that. And so he says, we Canadian Jews have a responsibility to be sure the story of Israel's destruction of Palestinian life is told honestly and accurately. We Jews call this, I don't know how to say that, doing what we can to right a wrong and are responsible for. In this case, that wrong is the truth being suppressed for so long by powerful Zionists in Canada. Our Jewish spiritual tradition teaches us that we are all responsible for the sins of our community. So we are involved in making sure the Nakba exhibit goes ahead. One of Jews who suppressed the truth about the Nakba was mega wealthy Izzy Asper, who created the CMHR by using his political influence to get well over $100 million in taxpayer money to launch it. Rachel Thomas, you are wrong to imply that Canadian Jews oppose the truth about Israel and Palestine. Some do, that is clear. Their racism is also blatantly clear. Others are devoted to bringing the truth of the Nakba to anyone willing to listen and to learn so that we can finally stop the ongoing Nakba in our own time. Okay, and then we're switching subjects. So, at least there was one group that did not capitulate to the pressure. Did not capitulate to the Zionists. And so I'm going to close those tabs because we're going to move, again, more Canadian international, but onto Iran. Okay, and just an absolutely horrifically disgusting comment that Mark Carney made. But first, we're going to check SandBox. Ugh. So, welcome to the SandBox, Moomy. Let's see. Synonymous and Real John Litham, Marty. I think there was somebody else. I haven't said hi to that I saw pop in. Wanda too, who says Carney seems like mostly a slick talking banker. Grand Theft Autobot, agree to disagree. I don't agree with the other person is wrong. When the other person is wrong, yeah. Hello, B-Cat. So, yeah, a lot to cover today. Lots and lots of news for people who are joining a bit late. I have an absolutely scrumptious segment of my TYT essay kind of put together that if I get another $38 in the SandBox, I'll give you all a sneak peek at near the end of this to just watch and mock and stuff. And oh my God, recently I've come across a couple clips that just are mind-boggling. Like, Jank and Anna have AOC derangement syndrome. Like, absolutely, that's a thing now. It's a thing. It is a sickness that is invading them. It's just like, wow. And I'm going to tease it again. I found a clip, and I'm not outing where I got this clip because I don't want the Vanguard snatching this one from me. I'm going to debut the context. The only way I will tell the Vanguard is if they have me come on their show and then we'll watch it together and discuss. But I found a clip of Jank in a roundabout way referring to AOC as the R word. And he actually says R word as opposed to, the offensive word. Yeah. And I did my double checks of context. I checked the context. And he doesn't say her by name, but we know who he's talking about. Oh. But there was this other clip recently where he was. I just found it. I just saw it on a different YouTube channel, tiny YouTube channel, smaller than mine, who was responding to this clip. And so I still need to go back and find out if it's taken out of context. Because, Cenk does have a habit of being a little sarcastic at times. And so I need to check to see if it was his level of sarcasm saying, when he said like, oh, David Duke, yeah, you're not racist. When he was just being sarcastic and obviously thought David Duke was a white supremacist douche canoe. So I need to see if that context is there and he's just being sarcastic. If he's not, that clip that this other channel found, I will have to give them a shout out for finding it. Because if it's not just sarcasm, holy fuck. Because when I first saw it, I literally was like, this isn't real. This is AI. And I tried searching for it and I couldn't find it because News Nation doesn't necessarily list every show Cenk is in. Cenk has gone on News Nation with Chris Cuomo and that a lot. I'm not going to be watching all of them, but I need to point out at some point that he's been going on News Nation a lot. But thank you so much, Real John Litham, for the $4.99 super chat with the hype hippo. Super appreciate it. Yeah. But yeah, it's but yeah, no. If the Vanguard wants that one clip that I know of that I've already sourced and it is in context, well, they gotta pay me, or they gotta go through all of the Cenk interviews and look. The right wing, like they say, libtard, says Rusty. Yeah, only like Cenk said, no, it's just if I get to $40, Rusty, I'll show you the clip that I've already put together, the segment. Not 50, 40 for that. Because I was thinking maybe if I got to 50, I would show you the other clip of what Cenk said, but it's like, no, we'll just stick with the 40 and you get the segment that I've put together. But I'm keeping that clip of Cenk attacking AOC, unless the Vanguard has me on the show. And sometimes it's because like a lot of us regular normal people haven't come across it. Well, all of you normal people haven't come across it because you don't sit down and obsessively watch a lot of these interviews that Cenk and Ann are on. So that's how I found it, was like, oh, he's on this? Okay, let's look. Oh my God. Because the Vanguard was covering Anna on a podcast today. I'm like, oh, for fuck's sakes. It's over 2 hours long. So even though I watch it at 1.5 speed, that's still going to be over an hour that I have to sit through that and watch to see if there's anything relevant. And the thing is that I have sat through very long podcasts of them before and be like, yeah, there's nothing in here that is new to add to my essays. Yeah, $33 to go. And at the end, we'll see the segment that I've put together. It's really good. I'm really proud of it. I think it's because I do have doubts a lot of the time that maybe all this work I'm putting in is for naught. That it's going to fall flat or something, or I'm doing something wrong and whatnot. But my ADHD, the paths that it goes, the ways I investigate, the pattern recognition that I have, the memory for like, didn't this thing happen way back when, and the searching that I do, and let's just say no sane person would be able to pull off what I am doing in these essays. Whew, yeah. Yeah, if I gotta be crazy, I might as well use it for good, huh? Ah. So, why don't we get back into it? I don't want to diddle daddle. I just said diddle daddle too much because I do have a lot I want to get through. Okay, so more international Canadian news, as in Mark Carney talking about, where is this cord going? What? Ah, did I tangle this around my leg? Oh, it's just the Velcro sticking to my pant leg. Okay. So, Mark Carney recently said something pretty damn gross about Iran. So, I do cover some American stuff. I don't cover it as heavily as I was bitching about, other channels not covering other international news as much, because I know a lot of my audience already sees those stories because you watch, the Surfs, Rational National, Humanist Report, The Vanguard, Majority Report. So you already know a lot of the stories that I would comment on anyway. And unless there's something very starkly different that I would add to that, I don't feel the need to be like, yes, I'm going to repeat the same commentary, but from a rainbow. Like it's I don't feel the need necessarily to comment on a lot of it, but I do like to connect the dots when I can. So I didn't cover the fact that, there was a new deal with Iran and everyone's happy, like, oh yeah, because also, I knew there was no point, because whenever it comes to the Trump administration, never believe it until it happens. Just don't, because we've heard this too many times with Israel doing a ceasefire with towards Gaza. Until it actually happens, until aid actually starts flowing through and the Palestinians are getting what they need, until Gaza is starting to be rebuilt for the people of Gaza, I don't believe it. So I didn't believe that there would be a ceasefire until it actually happens. Words mean nothing. I need to see the actions. The proof is in the pudding. Because I knew, as well as a lot of other people knew, that, Donald Trump, yeah, sure, he gets mad at Netanyahu every now and then for upstaging him. Said, nope, we're doing a ceasefire because he's getting pressure from other areas. But then he would get pressured again because, Zionists mad that he's not continuing. And so it's always a back and forth. And so I could report on it today, but tomorrow it could be something new, that it's reversed or flipped or something. And so I know this. And I'm not a politician. I'm not on the world stage. I know this, that, it would be nice to phrase things around the lines like, I hope this ceasefire holds. That is what you could say as the Prime Minister of this country. Being like, I hope this ceasefire holds and I will do everything to help support this to happen. That is what you should probably say as Prime Minister of Canada. Because I would imagine he would get more information than I do. In fact, he admits that he gets more information than I do. But to make these comments when it's probably going to get reversed in the very near future is disgusting. What he should have said is simple, along the lines of, I'm glad the ceasefire has been reached. I hope it holds, and I will support anything to that end. It's not what he said. Not what he said. So let's get to it. So this is first part of him saying that he saw the information. So I don't really need to, Mark Carney has stated that Canada has seen the memorandum of understanding between the U.S. and Iran, while Israel has been rejected after the request to see it. And Kosher here had tweeted that out. So we can watch the CNN clip.
Did you actually see the agreement itself?
I've seen the agreement, yes.
Oh, so the president showed it to you?
Well, I've seen the agreement. We have our sources, just like you.
Okay. Well, we haven't seen it publicly. It hasn't been released. Is it true it's about a page and a half?
It is a reasonable length for an agreement, which is in effect, it is a cessation of hostilities. It's a ceasefire for that 60-day period, as you know, but it sets out a series of conditions and what will happen when they are fulfilled. So I think it's well structured from our perspective, but I think as well is the regional countries are behind it. Of course, we met with the UAE, with the Qataris, the Egyptians. We have contacts as well. And again, it's well structured. It creates, I actually think, I think it's a game changer, not just for this situation, because it starts to take off certainly this issue, but it allows us, and this is what's happened in the meeting, to step back, look anew at Ukraine.
Yeah.
Ukraine situation. We had a very, very constructive conversation around Ukraine.
Now, if he had stopped there, that's kind of more along the lines of what I would hope. It's like, oh, well, this MOU, it has a good structure. If it goes through, it'll be a game changer, all that sort of stuff, which is fine. That part is fine, but he did not stop there. And yes, Grand Theft Auto, but I know that proof in the pudding is a very weird phrase, but I think what it means is that they used to put alcohol in it, and if it got you drunk, then it's good. So, the proof of alcohol in the pudding, that's a thing. I just pulled that out my ass, really, but I think it's sound that the proof is in the pudding as to how much alcohol is in it. And if it gets you drunk, it's good pudding. Theory in the sandbox. Anyway, Mark Carney did not stop talking there, and there's no shy way about it. This is disgusting. And CTV News reports on it without saying it's disgusting. PM Carney says that he's seen tentative U.S.-Iran peace deal, calls the conflict worth it. On day one, over 150 children were massacred. Thousands of people have died. A city of, what was it, like 9 million had sludge, black rain fall on them. Environmental catastrophe. The economy of the world has gone absolutely berserk. People are suffering all around the world. There's been a lot of displacement. Israel has used this as a go-ahead to invade Lebanon. But because of that deal, which anyone with any common sense would know would be very tentative and Trump could easily change his mind. But, that one with that sound structure, yeah, that would have been worth it. If that deal stayed in place, it would have been worth those children's lives. A war that never needed to start. The United States initiated this with Israel. None of this had to happen. None of it. No deal will make this worth it. Because like in the chaos of all of this, there's still the fact that the Iranian government is a shit government. They're absolutely brutal. And they've been using this time to execute hundreds, maybe even thousands of activists. And they're going under the radar because of everything else that's happening. So yes, it was a brutal regime. And, we should have been helping out with that and doing, supporting the activists in that. But to call all this senseless death that was initiated by the United States and Israel as worth it for a deal that we know would never hold? And that's not the only thing that he said in this that was really disgusting.
Do you believe this war was worth it in Canada's view?
I think that, the number one risk, I answered this question 3 years ago or so at Davos, and I was asked, what's the number one risk in the global economy? And I said Iran. And it was at a time when people were not focused on Iran, because I've always believed that it's the biggest exporter of terror. It was hell-bent.
Iran was the biggest exporter of terror, not Israel attacking everyone.
It was hell-bent, sorry if I can say that, on getting a nuclear weapon, and the force multiplier.
Iran was not hell-bent on getting a nuclear weapon. That has been proven over and over and over again.
Sorry if I can say that, on getting a nuclear weapon, and the force multiplier on that, of course, was terrible. And so going and getting to a position where Iran is not going to have a nuclear weapon, look, I'm not naive about this. The reintegration of Iran, this is a regime that needs to learn to be civilized.
The reintegration of Iran, they need to learn to be civilized. Well, that's some colonial talk for you. White supremacist colonial talk. Yeah, this country, they need to be civilized. They need to be integrated into the Western culture. And people think this is the good guy. He just said a country of 90 million people needs to be civilized. And this is why I wanted to fucking rip the head off of the person I was arguing about yesterday with, about Mark Carney. Is he goes on TV and says bullshit like this.
And getting to a position where Iran is not going to have a nuclear weapon. Look, I'm not naive about this. The reintegration of Iran, this is a regime that needs to learn to be civilized, needs to behave. That's why you have performance.
Yes, the regime needs to behave. You're not behaving according to our standards. Again, I don't disagree that the regime was horrible and it's brutal. But to refer to it in the language of being uncivilized and that it needs to behave. You're not saying that about the United States, are you? Because they ain't being civilized right about now to these standards. They're not behaving. Israel isn't being civilized. They're not behaving. Fucking disgusting racist rhetoric coming out of this man's mouth.
The reintegration of Iran, this is a regime that needs to learn to be civilized, needs to behave. That's why you have performance measures. Lots needs to happen. We all have to support it. But moving to this position where that's been taken off the table, yes, that's worth it.
Yes, it's worth it. It's worth it. Because they won't have nuclear weapons, not that they were going to have them before, but now it's worth it. What's happened there is worth it. But they need to behave. They need to follow the rules that we put in place. Paternalistic bullshit language, settler colonial, white supremacist garbage. Makes me so mad. At least, again, we have the option of something better. Was there anything in the article I wanted to follow up with that? Carney says that he believes Iran is the biggest exporter of terror, not Israel or the United States in that area. Was there anything else in the article? I think it's just all stuff that it's stuff that's already been covered. So again, we have the potential to have someone different in charge, someone with a little bit of moral clarity, someone who actually calls out the prime minister for saying this horrific garbage.
I found the Prime Minister's comments about the Iran war being worth it to be really disturbing, shocking as a Canadian. I want to know who the Prime Minister thinks it was worth it for thousands of civilians who were killed, for the 168 schoolgirls who were killed on the very first night of an illegal, reprehensible, immoral war started by Israel and the United States for no reason whatsoever. Was it worth it to millions of working class Canadians who have been suffering more economic pain in the midst of a cost of living crisis, paying more for gas and fuel and food and the necessities of life? Who was it worth it for? What was actually achieved in this war? Iran is no closer or further from getting nuclear weapons today than when the first bombs dropped. And the Obama-Iran nuclear deal, which was achieved without a single life being shed, without a single bomb being dropped, was much more effective at securing that policy aim. And for the Prime Minister to say that this war was worth it is an insult and an indignity to those people who died unnecessarily and to all Canadians who suffered unnecessarily from these acts of impunity and aggression from the imperial power of the United States being dragged in by Israel, which is out of control, and which, of course, has not signed on to this deal, a pivotal point of which is to stop bombing civilians and invading Lebanon. And Israel has already made it clear that it has no intention of abiding by that provision of the deal. So I think we see this in the context of the Prime Minister once again trying to placate the Trump administration in advance of negotiations rather than actually procuring gains for Canadians.
Spot on. Yeah, there was a deal put in place. It was working. Iran was not going for a nuclear weapon. There's montages of Israel, of I think even just Netanyahu himself, fear-mongering about, Iran wanting a nuclear weapon over and over and over again. No, they're just 2 months away from it. It's never been the case. They weren't going for one. I'd be shocked if they're not now. But again, they've also proven they don't need one. They have a nuclear bomb that can, set off the world, and that's the Strait of Hormuz. So they don't actually need to just vaporize 100,000 people and spread radioactive material all over the place. They can just shut down the Strait of Hormuz, and it hurts them in an area. It hurts them in an area that hurts them the most. Okay, that's not the phrase. That's kind of redundant. But it hurts them where it hurts the most. In the pocketbook. It hurts the billionaires and the corporations when they shut down the Strait of Hormuz. And yeah, that's the only time they really feel the pain. Is when they feel it financially like that. All the lives lost? Well, that's just collateral damage. That's just this, that, the other thing. But don't you start interfering with our corporations and our oil money. So, Anita and Nan. So, Justin Trudeau, Chrystia Freeland, Mark Carney, and Anita and Nan all need to be going to The Hague. They all need to go for war crimes. I'm not shy about saying that. That needs to happen. And so Anita and Nan says, Canada's prosperity depends on our ability to complete trade and build strong partnerships around the world. Foreign policy must help create opportunities for Canadians to strengthen our economic security and advance our interests in an increasing uncertain world. Thank you, Janice Stein and Monk School, for the discussion on Canada's role in international order and how principled pragmatism can help guide our engagement abroad. And Katvia is saying, just today, CBC's News reported Canada made sniper rifles are verified to be in the hands of the RSF committing genocide in Sudan. You are still arming Israel's atrocities with Canadian-made weapons. There's nothing principled about your legal about your crimes. And so, apparently, she was in Toronto to do a little talky talk, and people are making her uncomfortable. Good. War criminals should not feel comfortable in the public spaces. Now, I don't want people threatening violence. I don't want people doing violence. But you can absolutely call her out. Make her uncomfortable. That I'm totally good with. Just no violence, no threatening of violence. But you can absolutely hound her and call her, out for the horrific person that she is.
1,000 days of genocide at this point. Hey, Minister, I'm just curious what's going to take you to stop bombing genocide now that we've reached 1,000 days of Israel's crimes? Oh, I'm just not.
Unfortunately, I did not see the Liberal MP yesterday at the Multicultural Festival. The Liberals had a booth there, but the MP wasn't there because I wouldn't have been very polite if I had seen her. Even though she's not the Foreign Affairs Minister, I still would have maybe mentioned she has no spine and that she's not standing up for people who are suffering in a genocide. No, didn't get to see her. I saw Mike Morris, though. He was a federal and Green member before people lost their minds in this last election, got Carney in, all this sort of stuff. And then the Conservatives went in that riding because of stupid vote splitting and whatnot. But he's going to be running again. It's great to see him. He's been on my channel a couple times. He's my favorite right now because of that. I'm biased. But yeah, no. If I had seen my Liberal MP there, I probably would not have been polite.
Sure that we're busy right now is going to hold up in court. How do you intend to plead when you reach the International Criminal Courts, Minister, for your active complicity? And do you intend to charge the Canadian taxpayers for your...
So this person, not being threatening, not even yelling, just calmly asking her these questions, making her uncomfortable.
Active complicity in war crimes? And for... Minister, are you choosing to walk away from a constituent? Minister, it's been 1,000 days of Israel's genocide. How do you plead?
Observer status, right?
Minister, I think it's a reasonable question to ask. What it's going to take you to stop bombing Israel? It's been 1,000 days of genocide at this point.
Turn on. Oh God, it's been 1,000 days of genocide. Why are your arms still going to Israel?
Interesting how she has an extra pair of running shoes in her hand, so she can get away from the constituents asking her about, her complicity in 1,000 days of genocide.
We deserve to know, why are arms still being shipped to Israel? Why are you not enacting a two-way arms embargo? It is critical for us to know you've been lying to the public. Why are you doing this? Your silence is not going to save you. Minister Anand, your silence is not going to save you.
So again, they weren't threatening, they weren't even yelling. Politicians like her should not feel comfortable in the public space. And so Noor here was saying, while Minister Anita Anand spoke at UOT, students surrounded the building and protested her video, and they're also quote tweeting the video that we just saw.
Arrest her! War criminal! Arrest her! War criminal!
University.
Anita Anand, you can't hide! You're supporting genocide! Anita Anand, you can't hide! You're arming genocide! Anita Anand, shame on you! You're complicit in this too! Anita Anand, shame on you! You're complicit in this too!
That poor guy seems so uncomfortable there. He's probably just like building security and stuff, just like, yeah, I don't want to be here. I don't want to be here. No. Oh, did you want to come up? You're going to get tangled in cords here with my lapel and my headphones on. Got a kitty cat. So here we have Katvia tweeting out, what the fuck is this? So again, it's just the whole double standards and how people who are supporting Palestinians are treated versus, you know, Zionists and whatnot. But here we have this person was surrounded by police because they had a Palestine flag and prohibited from walking. People around the entire world are raising the Palestine flag at soccer games and celebrations, including many players. This is absolutely discriminatory. Stop wasting our tax dollars on this racism. In the full post, someone with the Irish flag walks by undisturbed. We are not allowed to access services when we have a Palestinian flag. Are we not allowed to access services when we have a Palestine flag? Does this apply to any other flags? And this is the full post and what she was talking about. And it's on Instagram.
Okay, so
that way only. We have our bosses coming out anyway.
You have your bosses coming?
Yeah, they're coming right now. So we don't. You can't go towards. You can't go in that ground.
Okay, so if I took my flag away, then I can.
Okay. Yeah, these can't be. You can't be using these flags like going on any grounds. You're not even allowed in the stadium.
I'm not going in the stadium.
On the grounds, to see any grounds because we are trespassing already during the event.
So, but what's your reason? Why? What's your reason? Why? What's your reason? Why?
They'll talk to you when they come.
So this is what happens when you bring a Palestine flag to a FIFA game. You get surrounded by the police.
Okay. Abernathy is on my lap. But again, we need to remind ourselves of who Anita Anand, Mark Carney are, you know, being complicit with. The type of people, the type of Zionist monsters that are responsible for what's happening in Gaza right now. The type of people that they support, Mark Carney and Anita Anand, that they cooperate with. Absolute vile human beings. You shouldn't be seeing the little drop downs when I do that. You should. Am I? Oh, sorry. No. Okay. You gotta go down, sweetie. Oh. There we go. That's better. Okay. So, Owen Jones saying his definition of independence is being able to destroy civilian homes. We are dealing with a genocidal death cult here. So remember, the WZO was taken off the sanctions list. And Mark Carney and Anita Anand seem to be fine selling weapons to these monsters. I'll have to read out the captions. It's not in English. So let's make this bigger. Okay. One question every business reporter continue to act contrary to the principles of the United States. Yes, we are an independent country and we cannot stop demolishing houses in southern Lebanon. We cannot stop not letting the population in southern Lebanon return. This endangers our soldier. This endangers our residents. We must not let them return to the borders to what was before the 10th. Bali. And we must continue to control the territory even against President Trump's will. It gets worse. A lot worse. Owen, again, pointing out, just absorb this for a moment. The social media post of Israel's national security minister is so genocidal that it violates the rules of X. Yes, that's right. Even the cesspit of Elon Musk's X. Yet this remains a state armed and allied to the West. This is, yeah. This was tweeted out by this guy, and it's really bad. For every tear of an Israeli mother, 1,000 Lebanese mothers must weep. All of Lebanon must burn. With all due respect to the Americans, Israel must make it clear to the entire world that the blood of our sons and the security of our citizens are not forfeit. All of Lebanon must burn. Our supreme duty is to protect the citizens of Israel and the soldiers of the IDF, and this commitment takes precedent over every other consideration. I told the Prime Minister, even in our private meetings, for every tear of an Israeli mother, 1,000 Lebanese mothers must weep. Enough with the ping pong in the Middle East. You don't win with measured responses and restraint. You need to go berserk, to obliterate, to crush the terror. That was their response when Donald Trump tabled that deal with Iran. And Iran, you know, that country that needs to be civilized, according to Mark Carney, said that the only way that they would sign on to these deals is if it included Lebanon. So this completely uncivilized regime is trying its best to protect the people in Lebanon from this monstrous regime of Zionists. But, you know, Mark Carney says that they should behave. Just let Israel do whatever they want. They need to be civilized. This country that is trying to protect the people of Lebanon, you know, unlike Canada and the UK and the United States, they're not trying to protect the people of Lebanon. And the way that some media will respond to this is just, again, they're all complicit. They're part of the problem. If you have media that responds like this, they need to go out of business. This is just so bad. Because Omar here is just saying, in quotes, all of Lebanon must burn. And the Free Press writer, I gently push back on the idea that this is extreme. Because this person replied to that monstrous tweet that I just read out to you by saying, Ben-Gvir's rhetoric often comes across as extreme, but it's impossible to understand Israel without understanding its predicament. It's a tiny country that has spent decades facing enemies committed to its destruction. That produces a security mentality unlike almost anywhere else. And unlike any other country out there, Israel treats the protection of its own citizens as the government's highest obligation. So wiping out a country of 90 million people then, totally fine, according to her. Oh, it makes sense because they felt threatened. That whole preemptive genocide thing. And sadly, you know, it's not like if you get Ben-Gvir out of power or Netanyahu out of power that things would just improve there, because there's just something fundamentally wrong with the Zionists in control of Israel and the indoctrination that they've done and the mentality there. It's part of their identity and culture is to be horrible. So Nora had quote tweeted this out saying, I don't know, it feels insane that the leadership of every institution in Canada has either tactically or explicitly sided or supported this side. So Nadria had tweeted this out. It's a clip. Again, I'll have to read out the quotes because it's not in English. And again, she is Minister of Social Equality, Israeli Minister of Social Equality. Oops. Didn't need to see that. There we go. So now listen up, Mr. Fifth Column. Oops. Mr. Kasef. Neither you nor not your partners who are defending you from home and abroad matter to us even one bit. This government doesn't stutter about you. You can keep dreaming that we will end the war without victory. We are not ashamed to say that we will want to see the soldiers of the IDF, the holy heroes of ours. This is in the way. If I shrink it, do I get to see it better? Oh, catching Sinwar and his terrorists by their ears and dragging them all across Gaza Strip on their way to the dungeons of the prison authority. But Ben-Gvir's prison authority, not of Bar-Lev or this other person. So Ben-Gvir's prison authority would be where Palestinians are just executed and tortured. Or in the best case scenario, to a coffin. I am personally proud of the ruins of Gaza and that every baby, even 80 years from now, will tell their grandchildren what the Jews did. I would put in what the Zionists did. They don't speak for all Jews. When their families were murdered, and raped their civilians, were kidnapped, and your friends can dream that we will allow you to build a government. Because if you think, that the prize for their slaughter of Jews, the rape of women, beheading and kidnapping of civilians, will be to sit in a government of change, you're dreaming. You can keep shouting. Peace now and elections now. From areas, let them hear you. We have a mission. I am concluding. And the last thing we will allow you is to offer Kasaf to go to the Temple Mount with a flag of Palestine for Sinwar, to be the Minister of Defense of the Palestinian state, like his brother Aret, not dove and olive branch, only a sword. To cut off Sinwar's head. That's what he will receive from us. Yep. So she says, I'm personally proud of the Holocaust of Gaza, and that 80 years from now they will tell their grandchildren what the Zionists did. So this next tweet might seem a little disconnected from it, but it's not. So here we have breaking. Keir Starmer is officially set to resign as Prime Minister. Several media reports says he'll outline resignation timetable on Monday after consulting with his wife and family today. Again, don't believe these things until they happen. Maybe tomorrow we'll see it, but yeah. The reason why I bring this up is because Onion Person here says, becomes Prime Minister, wins largest majority seen in Labour history, pivots the party hard right, cracks down on Palestinian protesters and privacy rights, completely destroys the Labour Party, resigns. What was Bro doing any of this for? So, if this is true, and Keir Starmer resigns, that gives me hope that we can apply enough pressure onto Mark Carney to get him to step down. Again, Mark Carney is just the better-looking identical twin of Keir Starmer. If they can get Keir Starmer to step down and resign, we can get Mark Carney to do it. Because I don't think, well, they won a minority, not a majority government. But yeah, he pivoted hard to the right. He's cracking down on protesters and privacy rights. He's completely destroyed whatever idea of the Liberal Party was. He should resign. This gives me hope. If Keir Starmer resigns, it gives me hope that here in Canada, if we all get our act together, we can force Mark Carney to resign, because that would be great. Okay, and so that is it for that. Close these windows. Let's see, what's next? I have so much to go over. I'm still debating if I'm going to be splitting this into 2 live streams So, right. Next will be just international news, mostly of the UK, or not just the UK, but other things related to protesters of the people against the genocide and the actions of Israel and whatnot. So a little bit more to do with that internationally. Just not the Canadian-centric part that I usually cover. But again, important. Important to be aware that this is the thing. But before we do that, we're checking the SandBox. I am checking the SandBox. Oof. Real John Letham says politicians should be banned from saying, as you know, to reporters. Enough of the gaslighting. Moonme, the word cease in ceasefire has ceased to have any meaning. It's a quote from Sarah Longwell. See the wolf, did you forget that they also slaughtered 30,000 of their own citizens protesting the government? No, I didn't forget that. Do I need to repeat? The Iranian regime? Not good. You can be against the Iranian regime and also against the idea of the United States and Israel going in and bombing them to hell and killing innocent people. Grand Theft Autobot, you sounded so authoritative with the explanation in the origin of phrasing proof comes from the verb prove, which meant to test, just as you can't tell the recipe is successful simply by looking at it. You can't judge the quality of something without trying it. The proof is in the pudding. Kilskin, welcome to SandBox. Is he fucking serious? Talking about Mark Carney. Yeah, BCAT, Western chauvinism is a scourge on society. Mumi, even if Iran need to be more civilized, Donald Trump is not the one who can teach them how to be more civilized. Yeah. Grand Theft Autobot, is this clown still better than Polyev or is becoming more of a lateral move? So I have in my title, I can't believe I'm actually saying this, but I actually think it would have been better to have PP in power, which is just, I never thought I'd say that. But the only reason why I'm saying that is because if Pierre was in power right now, the liberals would still be liberals. They would be pushing back, being outspoken, calling out what Pierre Poilievre was doing. And Pierre Poilievre, a lot of what he wanted to do wasn't even as bad as what Mark Carney is doing. You see, the conservatives, some of them do push back on some of the censorship that I'll be talking about later on. The social media online censorship. But when it comes to everything else, they're pretty quiet about it or saying he's not going far enough because they're in agreement. So you have no real opposition. Like, sure, Avi Lewis is speaking out against it, but his party doesn't even have party status in the House right now. And so there is no official opposition to what a lot of Mark Carney is doing. Whereas, again, if it was Pierre Poilievre doing a lot of what Mark Carney is doing, the liberals would be vocal. They'd be pushing back. They'd be pointing out how absolutely horrendous all of this is. Instead, they're saying nothing. The liberal voters have gone back to sleep, thinking everything is being taken care of. They're not paying attention to policy. So I actually think it would have been better to have PP in, because there'd be pushback. Also, you wouldn't have had liberals crossing the floor to help the conservatives get a majority. The conservatives crossed the floor to the liberals to give them a majority because they agree with what Mark Carney is doing. So, if the roles had been reversed and Pierre Poilievre had won a minority government, he would still have a minority government, and all these horrendous bills that Mark Carney has been pushing through wouldn't have gotten through. BCAT, a while ago I called Carney your Biden. I stand by that. No, he's worse. He's worse. I think Biden was more of a Zionist than Mark Carney, but when it comes to domestic stuff, Biden wasn't horrendous to the Americans. Mark Carney's horrendous to Canadians. Again, a lot of it is just stuff that we won't feel right away, so people aren't paying attention. Grand Theft Autobot, I hope we see someone like Avi Lewis become our PM rather than the corrupt clown shoes, capitalist sycophants we currently have. Yeah. Oops. Let's see. Grand Theft Autobot, cure stormtroopers. The Wild West, welcome to the SandBox. I like the bracelet. Thank you. BCAT, indeed, sadly, Biden was the most progressive president domestically, you know. Like, I think Biden was more horrible internationally. Domestically, he was great. He wasn't great, but he was good. Whereas Mark Carney is still horrible internationally, not to the same extent as Biden was. And definitely not to the same extent Trump is. But then we don't have the benefit of him being, you know, one of the best prime ministers domestically. Okay, let's just hammer through some of this. So back to just some of the horrors that is happening, perpetrated by Israel right now. I didn't know who this person was, and it's a tragedy that she's gone. And I'm guessing she was targeted. It's hard to think she wasn't. So Nada had tweeted this out. Very sad to learn that Mana Khalil died after weeks in the ICU following an Israeli strike that leveled her home in Mansouri. She was a very well-known environmental activist and dedicated her life to saving endangered turtles. She stayed in the south despite Israeli strikes because of her love for the land. She was a civilian, a renowned figure, but Israel targeted her house. CNN profiled her in 2017. Quote from her, "I lived every day to the fullest and don't worry about tomorrow." This is the CNN article, Saving Endangered Turtles in Lebanon's Former War Zone. I'll toss this link into the SandBox. So that people can read up on that and learn more about who she was. It's fairly long, so. But Marwa says, they knew exactly who Mona Khalil was. They knew the bright orange house, so this was her home here. They knew the bright orange house in Mansouri, South Lebanon. They knew it was not a military site, not a command center, not a battlefield position. It was one of the most recognizable symbols of environmental conservation in Lebanon's southern coast, a sanctuary dedicated to protecting endangered sea turtles and preserving life. Mona spent her years defending the most vulnerable creatures of the Mediterranean, teaching generations that every life matters, that nature is not a casualty to be discarded, and that humanity has a duty to protect what cannot protect itself. Yet the same orange house that stood as a beacon of conservation became a target for terrorist Israel. This was an assault on a woman whose life's work was devoted to safeguarding itself, a woman known internationally for environmental activism, whose name had become synonymous with protection of Lebanon's coastline and its endangered sea turtles. The murder of Mona Khalil sends a chilling message. Even those whose only weapon is compassion, whose only mission is preservation, are not spared. That wasn't an accident. You know, this beautiful person, full of compassion, doing something good in the world, taken away. Okay, so on to the UK and the issues that are happening there with Palestine Action being labeled a terrorist organization, and those standing up are labeled as terrorists. So here we have Defend Our Jury saying on Monday, June 15th, more than 100 people were arrested outside the Royal Courts of Justice under the Terrorism Act following a Court of Appeal decision to uphold the ban on direct action group Palestine Action. Saving lives is not terrorism. So Owen Jones has done a lot of reporting on this, and he says that now the most common terrorist in the UK is a white woman in her 50s because of this. And these police, they have no shame. Like, they know that this is unjust. That arresting peaceful protesters like this is not justice. They know it. And they're doing it anyway. The whole phrase, oh, I was just following orders. You know, it didn't save people back during the Second World War. It's not going to save them now. They have a choice in this. They have autonomy in this. They are choosing to enforce these laws they know are not just. And so Andy here had just said, the Royal Courts of Injustice, having watched them in action, I can honestly say the justice system just lacks justice, integrity, impartiality, and honesty. I spent 2 days and saw the court stitch up 16 peaceful old and young protesters at their appeals. Justice was absent. And this is as plain as day to anyone who's watching this, that the courts weren't acting on behalf of what is right, but they were acting on behalf of an agenda, a right-wing agenda.
We are living in increasingly difficult times. In the last 24 hours, we've seen a government that's hell-bent on growth, announcing that it might reopen the debate about new runways in the UK. At the same time, we've seen the judiciary back Rosebank and Jackdaw back into the hands of a government, and already I've heard that Rachel Reeves has said that there's the potential that those fields, may be licensed for exploitation of fossil fuels. We're in not the fight of our lives, but a fight for our lives. And I think that what we're going to see is more people, needing to take non-violent direct action to protest in whatever shape and form. That doesn't necessarily mean, sitting in the road. You don't have to throw soup or glue yourself to anything. There are many other means of protest. You can protest legally, you can protest musically and creatively in any way you can, but we've got to raise our voices at this critical time because we are imperiled. Our species and planet are completely imperiled. So all I can say to those people who are currently signing petitions is take the next step up the ladder. You're going to have to stand up for your future, that of your children, and that of all life on Earth.
Yeah, so just kind of reiterating that there's so many people, you have to risk arrest for the things that you believe in. So Amnesty UK, this is what terrorism now looks like in the UK. Yesterday, the Court of Appeal accepted the government's appeal and ruled that the Home Secretary's prescription of Palestine Action as a terrorist organization was lawful. Amnesty International is deeply disappointed by this decision. Treating direct action as terrorism is dangerous misuse of counterterrorism powers and has led to thousands of arrests of entirely peaceful protesters, something that will long be remembered as deeply and shameful chapter in our history. So it's happening with Palestine Action now. It's just a matter of time before they go after people like him who are protesting to save the environment. You know, you start down one route, then all protest that goes against what the government wants will be clamped down on. The fight is far from over. We will continue to challenge the government's efforts to crack down on our right to protest and hold power to account.
Palestine Action overtly promotes unlawful violence amounting to terrorism. It is not, as it claims, a direct action civil disobedience protest group like the suffragettes operating transparently in the open.
They show how out of touch they are with everything. They haven't even studied the suffragettes who were forward.
Like, this is terrorism? This is terrorism in this country. This whole turning it around now into terrorism for national security is a really dangerous move. I think people have been arrested here today that have broken into military bases, top-level nuclear bases, and have damaged things. If they've been prosecuted, it's never been as terrorists. It's been seen as legitimate protest against us having nuclear weapons.
It was expected, but it's just going to make us stronger.
I still oppose genocide.
Love you, Mom! Free Palestine!
Just some more. Tim Anderson here tweeting out the British regime dealing with a terrorism suspect, apparently. Shocking scene as an 85-year-old woman unable to walk is taken into custody at Palestine Action protest. These cops have no shame. Like, just really, you believe she's a terrorist? Really? Meanwhile, while those people are being labeled as terrorists, there was a pogrom in Northern Ireland. They were just protesters, apparently. People burning down homes and cars, forcing people to flee. You know, just terrorizing people. They were protesters. This woman here, terrorist. Those other people, protesters. Well, when you keep on doing things like that, this is the outcome. It's inevitable. So Humaz says, hey, Robert Lau, you blew the dog whistle this week and people have reacted exactly how you wanted them to. Over 4 million Muslims in the UK, and you have made every single one of us a target. You should be utterly ashamed of yourself. So there was an attack here, so breaking a 36-year-old white Scottish man. Oops, I'm just going to pause that footage in case it shows anything it shouldn't. Is being investigated by counterterrorism police after 5 people were stabbed in Edinburgh. He said after his arrest, I'm protecting the country from these fucking Muslim bastards raping our young daughters. You know, and Jones is just like, well, where's the Cobra meeting? And I went over the Cobra meeting and what that meant last live stream, so you can go back and see that. But Keir Starmer said, absolutely appalling. No one should face violence on our streets. The suspect appears to be motivated by anti-Muslim hatred. I will not tolerate this. He will face the full force of the law. My thoughts are with those who are injured, and I thank the police, the emergency services for the response. No one Jones, yeah, just like, hey, where's the Cobra meeting? And there was some pushback. Some people saying genuine question, which I think I know the answer to. Did you call for a Cobra meeting after the attacks on Jews in Golders Green in Manchester, or are you applying a different standard there? See, I'm going to catch you in the double standard. Where Owens is like, there was a Cobra meeting. That's the point. I'm asking about the discrepancy. Yeah. So 3 people were actually stabbed that day. The first one being a Muslim by somebody who was mentally unsound, and then the second 2 were Jewish. And there was a Cobra meeting and media hype about it and all this sort of stuff. But this man goes around, which very apparently seems to be a hate-motivated, a racist-motivated attack. And it's not treated the same. No Cobra meeting or anything. You're assuming the difference is in the victims. I'm asking whether the difference was actually the nature, scale, and intelligence surrounding the incidences. Those details matter if you're alleging unequal treatment. There was something else in here where somebody was saying, oh, but how many people were killed? And then I was like, do I actually have that? No, I think it's in with these responses and stuff. Here we go. How many died in the Golders Green attack and how many died in Edinburgh? Because that's the difference. That's why there was a Cobra meeting for the Golders Green attack, and Owen's like, nobody died in any of them. The Golders Green attack, 2 were injured, and the Leth attack, 5 were injured. So what are you going to say now? Oh, sorry, I'm getting it mixed up with another attack. Yeah, that's it. That's, yeah. Zach Polanski is also speaking out against it, saying it's obvious to point out attacks against Muslims get ignored but still needs repeatedly called out. An anti-Semitic attack should be reported and action taken. But where is the same media outrage, Cobra meetings, and calling of national emergency when 5 Muslims are attacked? And this is the BBC article on it. So, some media attention has been put on it, most likely under pressure of people pointing it out. But when it comes to like the official response, the Cobra meetings and that sort of thing, and being labeled as terrorists and a threat to all Jewish people and things of that sort, it's not the same. They aren't saying this is a threat to all Muslim people, and there needs to be Cobra meetings and things to understand why this is happening. So a man has been charged following a series of suspected anti-Muslim attacks in Edinburgh that left 5 men injured. The BBC understands the attacks began near a mosque in the west of the city where 2 men were injured. Footage posted on social media appears to show a man bare-chested carrying a large weapon, vandalizing a petrol station and battering the door of a pizzeria several miles away from Leith Walk before being held to the ground by police. So he's 36-year-old. So Assistant Chief Constable Katrina Parton said in a statement that there was no place for racism or faith-based hate in Scotland. So police said none of the injuries sustained were believed to be life-threatening. 2 injured men were aged 22 and the others were 24, 27, 39. I'll put the article into the SandBox for people who want to finish reading up on it. Muslims rightly nervous. Several groups representing Muslim communities have condemned the attacks. The Muslim Council of Britain said the Muslim community is rightly nervous and worried. So where are all the white men condemning this? Because, if it was a Muslim attacking someone else, then they would expect all Muslims to be speaking out and condemning it. So we're going to be hearing that from white men condemning this action, right? right? The media is going to focus on that whenever a white man is on the camera now. They're going to say, well, do you condemn this attack? That will happen, right? So, a spokesperson said the incident comes not long after racist pogroms on the streets of Belfast that targeted minority families and is a direct consequence of political rhetoric that demonizes entire communities. To our community, stay vigilant, look out for one another, and please report any Islamophobic hate crimes to the police. Okay, so that is it for that. Close. Close a bunch of windows. Close that window. Okay, what are we on to next? I believe it'll be this. I'm hoping to get through all my dockets today because all of this is exhausting to do, and I want to be focusing on my TYT essay later on, instead of doing another live stream. So go and check the SandBox, and then we'll get back into it. And again, if I raise $40 in this live stream, you'll see a sneak peek of part of the TYT essay that I actually got back to working on. And yeah, it's the way my brain works. It surprises me sometimes. Dots connected. You'll see the logic path of ADHD or people talking about He-Man now. Well, I got an adorable little toy at the Multicultural Festival yesterday. It's a knit frog, see? Let's get this in focus. In focus. There we go. See, it's a little knit frog. Little knit frog. It's so cute. Blurp. Get in focus. Get in focus. Blur. 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 I love it. It's so cute. People talking about childhood toys, which is good. Any conversations in the SandBox helps us in the algorithm, so I appreciate it. I had lots of little toys and stuff. Not surprisingly, I had toys that were boy coded and girl coded. I would watch a cartoon. It didn't matter what the cartoon was geared towards, boys and girls. I would just watch the cartoon because it was a cartoon. And then I would have toys related to all those things because it was a cartoon. It didn't matter if those were normally boy toys and those were normally girl toys. I would have them all. Let's see. Oops. Where did it jump to? Okay, kind of scooched over that. Grand Theft Autobot just pointing out Cobra was and is the name used by an evil terrorist organization in G.I. Joe. I kind of felt that too whenever hearing it. I'm glad you had a good dinner, Jet. I need to eat after this. Grand Theft Autobot, let's choose a name that is often associated with a nasty, fearful creature that people fear, but for good. Grand Theft Autobot, And yet peaceful anti-genocide protesters are treated like international terrorists. You know, it kind of blows my mind. I was talking about it yesterday at the Multicultural Festival with people. I'm an international terrorist. It's weird to think that, but I am, because I can't go to the UK. Not when you say things like, I support Palestine action. Going to the States, I could be labeled as a terrorist because the NSPM7 or whatever it is, because I have an X gender marker on my passport and driver's license, and I'm an activist when it comes to trans rights and stuff like that. So I could easily be labeled as a terrorist in the United States. Huh. That's a wild world we're living in. When all I do is advocate for peace, compassion, equality, loving the neighbors, and things of that sort. And everyone should have health care and housing. And I'm a terrorist. Ugh. BCAB pro-Palestine protesters have really exposed all police for what they are internationally. We're going to get to more police stuff. People liking the little froggy. So Life, we just finished watching the Peanut Butter Solution. The ending sucks. So many unanswered questions. Yeah, weird movies way back when. Okay, so getting into some federal politics. I have 2 dockets on federal stuff. This one has a couple of videos that are a little bit longer, but I feel it's important to cover in this country. So I will speed them up, but you know, one is like 5 minutes long, the other one is 6 minutes long, but they're important. And some policies and bills that are being pushed through, and just, again, any pretense that Mark Carney was somehow good, it's gone. It's gone. What he's doing to the environment, what he's doing to labor, what he's doing to, you know, our privacy and everything, it is just so fucking right wing. And again, so many people are just asleep because the liberals, we don't have to worry. Oh, here we go. So APTN News tweeted out, for generations, Indigenous peoples have shared stories and knowledge that continue to shape this land. Today, on Indigenous Peoples Day, we honor the resilience of First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people and celebrate the cultures that continue to thrive across Turtle Island. And that is today, is Indigenous Peoples Day in Canada. And that's a very beautiful image there. So we have the First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people. This got all tangled up. There we go. So yeah, Indigenous Peoples Day. It's good. It should be acknowledged. Instead, this government. So here we have from APTN News, Innu Nation cancels cultural exhibit after being told to limit Innu history. So apparently Canada is fine if you talk about certain things, but just don't go back far enough to, you know, explain when the settlers came over and did the genocide. We don't want that out there. No. You go after the settlers came and did the genocides, even though still kind of doing it. But yeah, you got to limit the history to what we think is good. You know, behave, as Mark Carney would say.
Appreciate you taking some time for us here.
Oh, maybe not double speed. I'll put it at 1.5 speed.
Today, first off, I guess, can you tell our audience about the exhibit Inu Pagasian that was supposed to open this weekend?
Yes, it's an exhibit to really show a glimpse into the Innu collections that we own in museums across in Ottawa, and the Canadian Museum of Heritage, as well as museums in St. John's, the rooms. And it was really just a snapshot, a small sample of collections that we own and that were set to be repatriated once the Cultural Center for the Innu people open. With it, we were going to show the archaeological collection that will be coming home as well, and some work that we did with the communities of contemporary art and beading, and as well as Innu timeline, and just explanations of who we are as a people.
And now I understand the province was planning to cap your people's history at 300 years. What was the response from yourselves?
Their history goes back further than 300 years. They've been around a lot longer than that. And all of their history deserves to be acknowledged and recognized and celebrated.
The Innu people are devastated. It's turning into a lot of angry people. The Innu people know our story. We've been in the casino for the time from time immemorial. We have oral stories that contain Gachidwask, which is the woolly mammoth. We talk about following the caribou migrations into the Labrador-Quebec Peninsula behind the glaciers. We have oral traditions relating to these times. And really, the province backed us into a corner, and 2 days before 2 days ago, after the truck was unloaded and things were getting put together, they really called and told their executives to tell us that we will not allow you to show your timeline, and any archaeological tools that you have, you will not be allowed to say you're related to them. So it was a point of backed into a corner, and this display was supposed to be a chance that Innu people, for the first time ever, were able to tell our own story, exhibit that we Innu Voices contributed to and made, and the first and only time we were censored.
Why do you think the province has taken this view?
Nobody seems to know. I don't know if it's for their own benefit. We don't know.
Probably racism. Colonial racism. That's my guess.
It's only come up the last 2 years that the province has really changed its mind on its archaeological stance. Prior to that, I've never heard this fringe theory. There's still archaeologists to this day who are willing to help and dispute this theory. So we have linguists, anthropologists, archaeologists, researchers who are all willing to lend a hand in these theories about us that have been just raised.
What, if anything, I guess will happen to the exhibit now?
I don't know. I wanted to open. I've worked so hard with so many amazing Innu people with so much knowledge and so much history, and just willing to give so that we're able to share with our youth who are not currently represented in curriculum. They don't see themselves in mainstream society, and this was a way for them to be able to see themselves reflected in a building that is not Innu, and to be proud of who they are. I worked with so many people who their families' names are associated with the materials, their mothers, their grandfathers, they all told me it felt like a part of their family was coming home. And it's really devastating that it's come to this point, and I really hope the government are going to come to the table with good news that they're not going to continue to take the stance.
I don't have faith in this government doing anything that would benefit Indigenous peoples. Not under the Carney government, barely under any other governments. But apparently, for those who want to, let's go to 1.5 speed, want to push back, maybe challenge the Canadian government, well, they'll just have their status revoked. And so this is from CTV News. Indigenous status revoked for over 700 Innu who were challenging Canada in court. So that's the Canadian government saying, if you don't behave, you'll be punished.
Status for many communities in Canada is what also determines your membership in your First Nation. So in this case, of course, Indian status for many communities in Canada is what also determines your membership in your First Nation. So in this case, the First Nation of the Innu Esipit. So it's the right to vote on Band Council, to live on reserve, to hunt and fish according to the First Nation's rights. It's all of that. It's all of the rights of a member of the First Nation.
So Canada gets to dictate who you are, what your background is, what status you're allowed to have. You know, if you're First Nations or not, you actually will be given a card. Yeah, no, they get to determine who's a real First Nations and not. The Canadian government. Of course, I'm being sarcastic, but you know.
And historically, the Indian Act was really discriminatory towards women. In other words, Indigenous women who had status but who married a non-Indigenous man lost their status and couldn't pass it on to their children, whereas the opposite was true of men. And there were initial attempts in the 80s to rectify this problem, but there have been ongoing attempts to fully resolve it because the initial amendments didn't fully solve the issue for all generations. And in 2017, Parliament adopted S3, which was sort of the latest attempt to fully resolve this problem for all generations. And a number of individuals in the region of Esipit became eligible through S3. And these are descendants of Christine Kitera and Adelaide Machiraga, who are two Innu women who lived in the late 18th, early 19th century. And who married non-Indigenous men. And for that reason, their descendants were not eligible for status. And it's important for people to understand that had the members of these associations' ancestor been a man, they would have always been status members and members of the First Nations. And so this was...
Yeah, and so punishing women specifically, that if they were to marry someone who wasn't Indigenous, then their children would have their status taken away, they would have status taken away, and so on and so forth, which didn't apply to the men. Yeah, that's the settler colonials patriarchy for you.
Rectifying a very long-standing injustice for people. And there are a lot of descendants of these two Innu women who still live very close by to Esipit. Many of them actually live in Les Escoumins, which is the sort of municipality that surrounds the reserve. So it's just across the street. Grew up with the members of the First Nation, and many of them are married to members of the First Nation, went to the same schools, except the status children could take Innu language classes, whereas during that time, the non-status children had to go do other classes.
So it's important for them to have status, you know, for just more than recognition, but the programs that they can access, funding, groups they can go to, all of that sort of stuff is dictated by if they have their status or not. And so to strip them of that is to take them away from their culture.
So this is just to sort of set the stage for when the law was adopted and descendants of Kitera and Machiraga were able to finally obtain their status. It was a big moment. It was really a recognition and the resolution of a long-standing injustice. These are families that had always known that they were Indigenous and Innu, but that it wasn't recognized by law, and that they therefore had all these limitations on what they could do and how they could live.
Okay, I'm going to put the rest of that video into the SandBox for people. So you can watch that if you like, but there's a little bit more on this that I wanted to get to. So Manitoba chiefs urge Ottawa to pass bill expanding Indian Act status eligibility.
More calls to pass a bill eliminating the Indian Act's second-generation cutoff are growing as the House of Commons prepares to break for summer. Bill S2 includes amendments about the cutoff. Right now, if only one parent has status, they can't pass it on to their kids. Indigenous Services Minister Mandy Gall-Massey supports changing that, but says more time is needed for consultation.
It's interesting that this bill, more time needed for consultation, we need to take our time, all this sort of stuff. Yet we're about to get into some bills that didn't even get committee meetings. They were just rammed right through, rushed, before people even knew what was happening. So when the government wants to, they can get shit done. But when they don't want to, oh, well, it's just going to take time, you know? So much time. We don't have time for it. It's interesting which ones get rushed and which ones don't.
Grand Chief Kyra Wilson says there's no more consultation to be had. She says the time is now before more generations are impacted.
If you do not pass Bill S2, that number in terms of litigation will increase. So do you want to deal with numbers now, or do you want to deal with a larger number tomorrow? Because that's exactly what is going to happen.
Grand Chief Wilson says the current act impacts many people. Her own 15-year-old daughter asks why she isn't recognized as status. The last sitting day before summer recess is Friday.
Okay, was there anything else from the article I wanted to get to? I think that was all kind of said in there. So those who obtain Indian status in Canada are entitled to certain rights and benefits according to ISC. Some status holders are entitled to tax-exempt income, non-repayable financial assistance for post-secondary costs, and treaty rights, which include special fishing, hunting, and trapping allowances when on treaty land. Bill S2 was introduced in the Senate in May 2025 by Indigenous Services Minister Mandy Gulmasti. It passed the Senate in December 10th and had its first reading in the House of Commons 5 days later. Currently, it's under consideration by the Standing Committee on Indigenous and Northern Affairs, which has hosted 5 meetings on the bill since April 16th. Senators, Indigenous leaders, and many stakeholders have presented to the committee. So we remain committed to forwarding legislative reform options that address the second-generation cutoff and Section 10 voting thresholds in a manner that reflects perspectives and priorities of First Nations. Read the statement to Global News from the Office of Minister Gulmasti. It is a critical and deeply personal issue for many individuals, families, and communities, and addressing it meaningfully is an important part of advancing reconciliation. Okay. So, this is just one of the ways the government is dragging their feet when it comes to Indigenous peoples, not doing things that would help them, but something far more crucially. I was going to report on this before, but I'm like, you know what? Let's wait and see. I don't want to report that the government is going to put forth a bill on clean water in this country. I want to wait and see what that bill has and what people are saying about it. Well, it's not good. So Leah Gazan here says, today I joined NDP leader Avi Lewis in solidarity with Grassy Narrows, Chief Sherry Ackby and Chrissy Isaacs, calling on Prime Minister Carney to apologize for his disrespectful comments and demanding Liberal government end their decades-long mercury poisoning crisis. So I covered this a long time ago when it happened, but she was protesting at an event that Mark Carney was speaking at about the mercury poisoning at Grassy Narrows, which I have talked about a lot on this channel. And Mark Carney very dismissively said, I can outlast her. But, you know, this comes down to clean, safe drinking water is a human right, one that Canada is not fulfilling. So despite the grave human rights abuses faced by Grassy Narrows, the Liberal government just tabled clean water legislation that does not recognize the right to clean, safe drinking water as a human right. Carney's Liberals must immediately reverse course and uphold the right to clean water for Grassy Narrows and all First Nations across the country.
And I'm honored to join all of the leaders and people of Grassy Narrows today who have, for decades, been sounding alarm about the mercury poisoning that has occurred in the community. And as we look behind us, all the photos of loved ones that have been lost, children that have been born with mercury poisoning because of a willful failure by governments to act. And I was very troubled, and I felt deeply hurt for Chrissy Isaac, who is with us today suffering from mercury poisoning, that while she was calling in protest for attention to the health plight she deals with every day, the Prime Minister Carney laughed and stated, "I can outlast her."
And so children my own son's age are forced to eat fish and be exposed to water that has left many, many children with mercury poisoning. This has been going on for 60 years. And the news continues to get worse. As you heard from MP Gazan, just this week, the Liberals tabled Bill C-37, a so-called Clean Water Act for Indigenous communities. The bill removes language making clear that clean and safe drinking water is a human right. It is simply appalling that in a country as rich as ours, we can't even uphold the basic right of clean water to First Nations.
I just want to say, you know, that when Mark Carney said that he can outlast me, well, I'm here. And I don't want him to apologize to me. I want him to apologize to my children and my grandchildren and to the people of Grassy Narrows and Wapsamung, because every day we watch them suffer. Every day I wake up and I have mercury poisoning in my body. I feel the effects of it. We're proof. Mark Carney, you need to apologize to my people, and you need to clean the river, shut down that mill, and compensate our people, because our lives matter.
Just absolutely horrendous that in a country that has the capability of solving this problem, for 60 years, people have lived their entire lives under these conditions of mercury poisoning. This was a solvable issue. It is a solvable issue. And the government is choosing not to. So the Norwell did a very long article on this that is worth kind of going over. I'll probably end up putting it into the SandBox because it's very long and detailed, but also very good. So Canada's newest water bill backtracks on recognizing human right to water for First Nations. I wish one of Canada's major projects were to provide us with clean drinking water. Canada's much delayed First Nations water bill faces criticism. So yes, if there's a project that is considered in the the national interest of the country or something, it can be fast-tracked. You know, environmental guidelines can be overlooked, all that sort of stuff, because Bill C-5 went through. This could have been one of those projects that the government decides, you know what, we're just going to get this shit done. We're going to get clean drinking water to all communities. This could have been solved a long time ago. They are choosing to allow Indigenous peoples to suffer. They are choosing to continue to impose on them conditions that will shorten their lives. That's kind of one of the criteria. Gotta speak into the mic here. That's kind of one of the criteria of genocide. To impose on communities conditions that would bring death. And mercury poisoning. Water that isn't clean. Water that is poisonous. Kind of one of those things. Especially, again, when this could have been solved. Federal Minister of Services Mandy Gall-Masti has unveiled a new long-awaited bill to provide safe drinking water to the First Nations, which she says was written to ensure we have provincial partners at the table. Ontario chiefs said they were shut out of the right to clean water was not recognized, and their right to clean water was not recognized. Gall-Masti denied her government caved to provincial pressures in Bill C-37, or an act on respecting water, source water, drinking water, wastewater, and related infrastructure on First Nations lands that set out principles to provide safe drinking water and disposal of wastewater for First Nations. My conversations with leadership and other chiefs that have spoken to me understand that we are trying to pass a bill that is going to be protected and stand the test of time, the minister said in a press conference. I'm not trying to put a bill forward that is going to be challenged. I'm trying to put a bill forward that partners, provinces, and territories and feel they can advance, that they can work with us. The Chiefs of Ontario, however, say First Nations were not consulted in the process. The group is cautiously optimistic, but remains concerned about the approach to this issue by the government of Prime Minister Mark Carney. Yeah, they didn't talk to us about it first. Oh boy. Unlike previous legislative efforts, which were developed through meaningful dialogue and partnership with First Nations, knowledge keepers, and technicians, Bill C-37 was introduced without broad, meaningful input from First Nations. Linda DeBasage, Anishinabek, Nation Grand Council Chief, a member of Chiefs of Ontario Leadership Council, said Tuesday press conference in Rama, Ontario. Our letters of advocacy have been met with deafening silence, to be honest. We do not have access to parliamentary privilege, dialogue, or cabinet discussion in relation to this. Talking about them putting this bill forward. Let's see, there's other stuff in here that I did want to touch on. So here we go. But the bill doesn't commit to the same kind of rights language that the Liberals promised in the platform. Instead, it declares that the government's policy is to further the progressive realization for individuals on First Nations lands of human rights to safe drinking water as protected by International Covenant on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights. That covenant is a multilateral treaty adopted by United Nations that came to force in the 1970s. To me, this is insane, Debash has told reporters. It's been a progressive realization for many of our nations for decades. She has been working on First Nations water issues for more than a decade and has been involved in negotiations over previous federal bills on the matter. She said that by excluding language like in collaboration with First Nations in Galmasty's new legislation, the Carney government is hiding from their obligations. So last July, environment ministers from Ontario and Alberta asked the federal government to refrain from introducing any new First Nations water bill, claiming it would undermine competitiveness, delay project development, and disproportionately harm specific provinces and territories without any quantifiable benefits to the natural environment. I covered that at the time, but yeah, Alberta and BC and Ontario were like, yeah, we know they should probably get clean drinking water, but how will that hurt industry if we have to like keep rivers clean and all that sort of stuff? Like, we have economic issues at hand that we want to deal with. We want to help corporations, and having to go by these regulations might hamper that. Let's see. Again, a very long article. What happens next? So I'm just going to toss this in SandBox, and people can finish reading that if you like. But Brandy Morin is a reporter, Indigenous reporter, and she tweeted this out in response to it. There's a 3-year-old boy I can't stop thinking about. His name is Preston Fox. I met him in Neskantaga, where his grandfather hands out bottled water flown in from Thunder Bay twice a week, because the tap water there has been unsafe to drink for 31 years. Preston has bleeding sores on his skin from showering in it. He already walked the family graveyard more times than any child should. This week, Ottawa tabled a new Clean Water Act for First Nations. There's real money in it. There's real money in it. There's also weaker language on rights, weaker protections for rivers that feed these communities, and chiefs who found out about the changes days before it landed on the House floor. Meanwhile, a pipeline gets billions without a second thought. Roads to mining country get fast-tracked. Water for kids like Preston takes 31 years and 2 governments. I wrote about Preston at Grassy Narrows, about Fort Chipewyan, about what this country chooses to move fast for and what it doesn't. Please read, please share it. So I shall share it with you. There you go. Follow Brandy on any platform you can. She does really good work. Avi Luce was also speaking out about this. The federal government has tabled a new water bill that backtracks on recognizing the human right to water for First Nations. And this is from the NDP account. This is shameful and a slap in the face of the communities who have been waiting for decades to have safe drinking water. This government has failed more than 10 years to fulfill its promise to end boil water advisories, and yet it moves at breakneck speed to deliver for corporate Canada. Prime Minister Carney is rushing Canada in the wrong direction.
It was 11 years ago that the Liberal government promised to end boil water advisories in Indigenous communities. And it is unbelievably shameful that not only are there still communities without safe drinking water, Indigenous communities in this country, 11 years later, but we have seen, and our MP Leah Gazan is here in the foyer today, and I know that she came close to losing it in the House yesterday, around a new act, a Clean Water Act, that removes the right, the right guaranteed to all humans under international and our own Canadian law to safe drinking water, sees the territory on which Indigenous people live strictly as reservations, as reserve lands, and not the larger territories of Indigenous nations recognized in our law and international law, and is a slap in the face to communities who have been waiting for decades, and 11 years under this government alone. This government has no time left on the clock when it comes to pushing through enhanced surveillance for big tech and government in our lives through C-22.
I'll be getting to that in the next docket.
And potentially sharing that information with the Trump administration and giving them unfettered access to Canadian personal information. There's no time left on the clock for that. It has to be rushed through. But when communities don't have safe drinking water, the only thing this government has to propose is removing the right, the fundamental human right, and kicking the can down the road further for communities that have waited way too long already.
So it's not just water that the Carney government is destroying. He's also like, you know what? I think Canadians have had it too good for too long when it comes to certain things. So why not bring back banned pesticides? Really, really. Pesticides that have been banned are now gonna make a comeback. The Katvia says, you are building an oppressive, extractive surveillance state and that destroys the environment, violates Indigenous rights, and poisons us for profit. Because keep in mind, Mark Carney is also all about those data centers, which will destroy the environment. Because she was quote tweeting Mark Carney, who says, "A big week for Canada. Landmark government bills just became law. Ones that he fast-tracked that no Canadian actually voted on and wanted. To build more affordable homes, that's a lie. Protect vulnerable communities, that's a lie. Safeguard our democracy, that's definitely a lie. Strengthen bail and sentencing, that I can buy, that he would do. And bring justice to those impacted by intimate partner and sexual violence. I doubt that they're doing anything about that. We're building a country that is stronger, fairer, and more just for all. No, they're not. So the CBC News article we'll get to in just a moment. So somebody just pointing out genuinely the most conservative government of my lifetime, including Harper. It's maddening to know people are cheering him on. And yes, it's hard to articulate how mad I am about this and how much I just want to yell at people who are like, but Mark Carney is still good. No, he's not. I'm trying to compile a list, but it's like, because so much happens, it's easier to forget something, but I want to compile a list of like all the bad things he's done so that when people come at me, I can just like pull it up on my phone and be like, so he did this. So what you gotta say? So Desmond Cole from The Breach has said Prime Minister Carney has passed a law allowing the use of banned pesticides. CBC reports that ministers can greenlight any pesticide that ministers feels is in the interest of economic or national food security. Yeah, so if it makes a corporation happy, they can use it, even if it kills people. And this is the CBC article. Carney government passes law allowing authorization of banned pesticides. So Bill C-30 passed both House of Commons and the Senate on Thursday before Parliament rose for the summer. While the legislation largely deals with measures the federal government announced in the spring economic update, buried within it are major changes to Canada's Pest Control Products Act. The new law will give Prime Minister Mark Carney's cabinet authority to greenlight any pesticide that the ministers feel is in the best interest of economic or national food security. The legislation doesn't define or clarify what those securities' interests would be. Environment and health organizations, along with expert scientists from 13 universities, have denounced the legislation, saying it marks the largest overhaul of the country's pesticide rules in a generation. It's pretty outrageous. What you've got is a cabinet overruling science, said Dr. Trevor Hancock, a public health doctor with the Canadian Association of Physicians for the Environment. We already have a pesticide regulatory system in place, and it's there to protect people and protect the environment. I don't think they've even given any clear evidence as to why overruling that is good for Canadians. The Cabinet can also authorize a pesticide for a serious detrimental infestation, regardless of whether the health minister has already denied a request for its approval. That pesticide could then be used for up to 6 years. Why are they weakening pesticide regulations in the first place? Who's asking for it? Not the public, as far as I know, Hancock said. Senator Rosa Galvez, a leading expert on pollution and human health, said the legislation represents a fundamental shift by giving a group of ministers the ability to disregard Health Canada's safety decisions. Politicians should be very careful before submitting political judgment for scientific expertise, Galvez said in the Senate on Thursday, pointing to a growing and extensive research linking pesticide exposure to increased risk of cancer, reproductive, and neurological issues. Galvez also noted that scientists, public health, and environmental experts were not given the chance to testify in front of Parliament. Shocking. Another instance of the people who this affects the most or can speak to it the most not being allowed to talk to it. Seems to be a bit of a pattern with the Carney government. Health and Environment committees also did not study the legislation. Of course not. For a reform of this magnitude, that should concern us, she said. The Bloc Québécois and NDP and Green Party have all condemned the measures, arguing the Liberals pushed through sweeping powers that could put Canadians' health and the environment at risk. And the government promises more transparency. No, it doesn't. I'll toss the rest of this into the SandBox. There's still a little bit more on this. But I'm not going to want to read more and more of these articles because my voice is starting to give out and I still have a lot to go over. So Elizabeth May from the Green Party has stuff to say about this. And this is from the Green Party of Canada Twitter account.
The inclusion of something as significant and regressive as Division 8 in the course of an omnibus budget bill is something that I think the government will live to regret if they insist on continuing down this course of a massive change in pesticide regulation and placing economic considerations above human health and environmental risks. For 51 years, I've worked on pesticide issues. In the 51 years I've worked on pesticides in this country, this is the single most regressive proposal I've ever seen. Stephen Harper's government never touched toxic chemicals. It did, I will say that the Harper administration did massive damage to environmental impact assessment law and fisheries act.
He actually made it so that their scientists in the government couldn't say the word climate change. That's how bad he was. That they had to kind of erase that from their documents and couldn't use that as a factor in anything. That's how bad he was. And here's Elizabeth May saying, Carney's, he's worse. He's actually worse than that.
But those were repaired subsequently. Nobody's ever in any government of any political stripe, in my experience, ever proposed anything as appalling as this. Trade implications, our products could be rejected again, over and over again. So even looking just at the economics of this, whoever drafted this didn't look at the facts. They didn't look at the economics. They certainly didn't look at the environmental risks, and they didn't consider that pesticides, the Canadian Cancer Society has been clear for years that pesticides carry risks depending on the pesticide, but I don't see any criteria in C30 that would prevent a carcinogenic, known carcinogen to continue to be used in dangerous and certainly risky circumstances with no economic case having to be made.
Hear stories like this all the time coming out of the United States, how people are suffering from health issues, getting cancer and stuff, because a corporation nearby is polluting the area. But, you know, the success of that corporation, the profit that they're making is more important than those people's lives. It's coming to Canada. Mark Carney is bringing all of the worst aspects of the United States up here. That is a horrific import. But he's absolutely Americanizing Canada. All the things that we used to love to brag about, the things that separated us from the Americans, that's going away. There will be no distinction soon. Elizabeth may have more to say on this. Because, again, they were fast-tracking these bills. In the last couple of weeks, they just fast-tracked so many bills before the summer sitting, hoping to get them through before anyone noticed. You know, while people are out enjoying the weather, the summer, and stuff of that sort, they'll just shove all these bills through, and then they'll have the House sitting, and then hopefully by the time they come back, everyone would have forgotten about this. So this is, again, from the Green Party Canada.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Division 8 of Bill C-30, with only 3 hours of debate in this place before time allocation, represents the single largest rollback of health and environmental protection and regulation of pesticides in the history of this country. I asked the government, I asked the Prime Minister, where did the pressure come from this rollback? I'm reliably informed even industry did not ask for it. Why is the government doing this to our environment and our health?
So if industry didn't even ask for it, yeah, that's a damn good question. Like, what? Just sitting there and Mark Carney's like, so how can we fuck up the lives of Canadians? Oh, let's allow companies to use carcinogenics and pesticides and just say it's for the greater good of food security and stuff like that. Let's just do that. No, the industries didn't ask me for it. It's an offering. I am sacrificing Canadian lives for the benefit of these corporations. You're welcome.
The Honourable Minister of Health. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I said yesterday, the priority of this government and of the Department of Health is to protect the health and safety of Canadians. And I'll say it again, we can walk and chew gum at the same time. We are also managing the agricultural sector, and we're working close with them, but we will always take measures to protect the safety, the health of Canadians at the same time as we develop our economy and our food sovereignty.
The food sovereignty, yeah. The food in Canada that will cost Canadians their lives. Somebody else just commenting on this use of banned pesticides. Carney is doing everything Elon Musk and Dodge did, following the Trump administration step by step at the federal level. And Doug Ford and Danielle Smith are executing their orders at provincial level, and Canadians aren't seeing how dangerous this is for all of us. Again, that's going to the Americanization of Canada. And Doug Ford and Danielle Smith, out of all the premiers, seem to be meeting up with Mark Carney the most and seem to be getting along with him the most. because you have the MOU that he signed with Danielle Smith to help with extraction, resource extraction. Doug Ford, the federal Bill C5 versus, or Bill 5, Bill C5 and Ontario's Bill 5, which were virtually identical, to again allow to override regulations, environmental regulations, rights in order to force through projects that are in the national interest. Again, it was Alberta and Ontario that were pushing back against the idea of, Indigenous peoples having clean drinking water because it could hamper business. This is happening so fast that most Canadians, because again, most Canadians are not paying attention to politics all that much. They just go about their daily lives, and unless it directly is affecting them at that moment, they're not paying attention. This is going to destroy the lives of so many people in this country. I honestly think it would be better to have Stephen Harper or Pierre Poilievre in power, because at least then the Liberals would be pushing back. But you notice how the Conservatives aren't pushing back on any of this. The Conservatives aren't saying, oh, those pesticides? Because even if we go back to, what was it, this article? No, was it this CBC article? Yeah, the Bloc Québécois, NDP, and Green Party have all condemned the measures, arguing the Liberals push through the sweeping powers. Isn't there a party missing there? Haven't the Conservatives also condemned this? No, of course not, because they agree with it. So you have the Bloc Québécois, NDP, and Greens, but normally the Conservatives would be pushing back on almost everything the Liberals are doing, but they don't, because they love this. They love it. Whereas if it was the Conservatives trying to push this agenda through, at least then the Liberals would be like, oh, this is bad, we shouldn't do it. And just another thing that the Carney government is doing that people are just not paying attention to. So John here is just pointing out, why is our government overpaying for Vancouver condos so Carney's builders can avoid selling for a loss? Again, this was something that Doug Ford is doing here in Toronto, where they're buying condos that aren't selling instead of allowing them to go out to people for them to force the owners to lower the prices and things of that sort. No. They're going to buy it up, which is corporate welfare. Just give that money over to the corporations so that they don't have to have a loss at all. And prices for other Canadians, they just don't go down. So when thousands of average Canadians have to sell their homes for a loss today because the government prioritizes Bay Street profits over Canadian households. And Canada is buying thousands of overpriced condos in order to, check notes, convert them to affordable housing. The builder bailout keeps getting crazier. Something Doug Ford did. Again, Doug Ford, Danielle Smith, and Mark Carney are all the same. They're the same when it comes to wanting to benefit corporations and the wealthy few.
Too many completed condos sitting empty. In Metro Vancouver alone, around 2,500 finished units are standing vacant with no buyers. With higher interest rates, weaker investment demand, developers are stuck. They don't want to sell at a loss. They can't afford to hold those empty units indefinitely. We will convert vacant condos into affordable housing.
What the government considers affordable housing is not affordable housing. It's 80% of market rent or market rate, which to people who are struggling, that still is nowhere near affordable.
Condos that have been built, that are unoccupied, that are going to sit there potentially for another couple of years, we're going to go use the right financing mechanisms, convert those into affordable housing so people can move in and use that. Too many.
And the Surf's also commenting on this taxpayer bailouts for developers and zero social or co-op housing build, complete scam once again, paying off the rich with corporate welfare. So infuriating. So infuriating. And it looks like I got a ploppy raid. Thank you, Kevin, for the raid. I super appreciate it. Welcome, pond jumpers. You know what animal is often in the pond? Little froggies. See? Little froggies are often in the pond. Sorry, I got this at the Multicultural Festival yesterday, and it's just like, little frogs are in the pond. Come on, go back and focus. Back and focus. It was in focus just a second ago. Oh, come on. It doesn't like me throwing up in the camera all the time, I guess. Oh, there. There we go. Anyway, but super appreciate it. Please hit that like and subscribe button if you haven't already. If you want to get your Canadian politics with sarcasm and sass. And I also talk about UK politics sometimes and American politics sometimes. And I connect all the dots between, you know, the UK, US, and Canada. Because they are all interconnected in the worst ways possible. It's super appreciated. Oh, did No Justice also raid? Thank you so much. Thank you for all the pond jumpers. I super appreciate it. So I just finished talking about some federal news. I'm going to be getting into a whole bunch more because the Mark Carney government is just the worst one I've had to deal with in I think my lifetime. And that says a lot because, you know, there was Stephen Harper. He was really bad. But yeah, I think somebody commented on the SandBox, so we'll get into it in just a second, about my feelings that I actually think it would have been better to have Pierre Poilievre as prime minister at this point. And that's not something I ever thought I would say, only because then they'd receive more pushback from the Liberals. Whereas the Liberals are doing all this stuff and the Conservative government is like, or the Conservative politicians are like, we're not saying anything because we kind of really love this. Not to mention, the Liberals wouldn't have been crossing the floor to the Conservatives to give them a majority. The Conservatives were crossing the floor to the Liberals to give them a majority because they agree on what the Mark Carney is trying to do. So if the roles have been reversed in this last election and the Conservatives have received a minority, all of these horrendous bills that Mark Carney has been pushing through recently, like just fast-tracking, getting through without committee readings or anything, wouldn't have happened. We might also be having in their election. Let's see what people are saying. How far back do I have to go? Let's see. Well, I'm glad you're feeling better, Jet. Did I actually say hi to you yet, Soul Life? If not, hello, welcome. Let's see. BCAT, gross, Carney is a ghoul. I'm not entirely sure what that's in relation to, but yes. BCAT, it's crazy that we have a literal trillionaire on this planet, but refuse to give all people clean water. Yeah, they can't consider that a major economic or major project to put through. Nope, nope. Clean water for everyone? How does that benefit us economically? Close that window. Okay, that one is next. Okay. Also, for people who are just jumping in, I have a scrumptious segment of my TYT essay kind of put together that I've been working on. I feel really good about this segment. If I get $40 worth of super chats, I'll give you all a sneak peek at the end of this. Because it's I've been putting a lot of work into this essay. I've finally been able to get back to it now that the vending markets I've been a part of are done. So now it's the focus of trying to get these essays done because, oh my God, every day I don't put it out there is more content I have to add to it. I now have to watch a podcast that's over 2 hours long because Anna Kasparian was in it. Even though I'll increase it to 1.5 speed, that's still way too long. And I came across some completely outrageous quotes from Jank, and Anna and Jank are just suffering from AOC derangement syndrome, unlike anything like I've seen in a long, long time. And I found an astonishing clip of Jank referring to AOC in just one of the most horrific ways, but I'm not disclosing where I found that clip because I don't want the Vanguard to preempt me on it. If they want that clip, they can search through all the Jank podcasts to find it, or invite me onto their show and we can go over it together, but it would be well worth their time and more worth it for me to go on their show than for them to have me on their show. But, I'm still looking to have my going on a bigger channel than mine cherry popped. Rusty, this fuckery is happening in all of America. Just, corporations allowed to poison and make people sick. Even sick to death. Grand Theft Autobot, protect the health by removing protections? That makes sense. Hello, Crotchy. His idea of walking and chewing bubblegum at the same time is to fast-track harmful bills and lie about it? People talking about the raids, which I super appreciate. Where? Crotchy, Sandy, I don't think it's true that liberals would effectively vote against it if Polyev conservatives were in power and put up the same bills. There'd be more pushback. They might vote for it with some amendments, but there would definitely be more vocal pushback, whereas the conservatives are just staying quiet and allowing these to go through because they like everything about it. But the liberals would definitely be pushing back. Maybe not on every bill because, back during COVID, liberals and conservatives, liberals were in a minority position again, and liberals and conservatives voted together to make sure that taxes weren't increased on the 1% and corporations making a profit from COVID. And they also voted together to make sure that we didn't get pharmacare expanded. So there are some areas where liberals would absolutely vote in line with conservatives, but there's just too much right now. If Pierre Poilievre was going for all of these same bills, the liberals would be pushing back because the liberals also like to look like they're on the right side of things. So if the conservatives were to put through that water bill, the conservatives or the liberals would be pushing back on it because they at least have been claiming they're trying to get clean drinking water for everyone. And so for performative reasons, they would at least push back on that one. So Canadians would be hearing more about these, and we're just simply not because conservatives are like, we're good. Let's see. Hello, Flow Snake. see. Hello, Looney Tunes. Welcome to the SandBox. It keeps on jumping. Where was I? The Wild West. Legit question. Is democracy over? It's kind of like asking, is the American dream over? It never really existed in the first place. So the idea of America, what it represented, never existed. But a lot of people fell for it. And so our idea of what democracy is supposed to be never really existed. The systems were always put in place to make sure that certain select groups of people were left out of the democratic process. So it's never been a true democracy in the way that it's been sold to us. And now it's just getting worse. That's it. Now it's just getting worse. But the system in Canada, in the United States, it's always been set up to make sure that it serves the 1%. The most. Corporations, colonialism, capitalism. That's what our systems were designed to serve. That's what they were built on. So the idea of what a democracy is, we've never had it. So is it over? Yeah. We're just becoming more aware of it now. B-Cat likes the blue on me and thinks the jewel tones are made for me. Why, thank you. And also saying they're suffering from multiple derangement syndrome, talking about Jane Canana. Looney Tunes, I can tell where she found that clip, Hank, of Winners and Losers. No. I'm doing my own fucking research. When I find out Jank is on a certain video or something or a podcast, I go watch the whole fucking thing. And it hurts. It hurts. But yeah. Sometimes it's from Hank, though. But also, I do my own work. I do my own work. Let's see. Rusty, do I have call-ins? I've done a couple call-in shows, but it's nothing that's regularly. And by call-ins, I basically stream through StreamYards, and then people, you would need to have like internet access, Google Chrome, and all that sort of stuff in order to get on. And at least a mic, no camera. Let's see. Okay, let's get back into it. I still have a lot to go through. So another docket on federal stuff, but this is all about online, internet-related bills that they have just rushed through. And our privacy protections in Canada are going by. Our access to the internet, everything. It's all changing so fast. And people like me, we're aware of it because this is my job. And my job is being threatened right now. By all these things that are happening. So hopefully I can, get my TYT essays out before my channel is banned. I wish I were joking. Let's get to it. And there we go. So the serfs just quote tweeting out Mark Miller saying, "We're not going to do anything to hold big tech accountable to make their products safer for the public. Instead, we're enforcing a mechanism that advances the AI surveillance state on their behalf." So yes, Canada is putting forth bills that would ban children under the age of 16 from being on social media, and has been proven before, and I've talked about this on a previous live stream. It doesn't actually keep kids off the internet, and all it does, or social media, and all it does is lets the corporations get away with no accountability. So it's not forcing the corporations to make sure, you can't do deep fakes or make CP on demand or anything of that sort, like deep fake CP on demand. It's not about corporations modifying their ways. It's about restricting and surveilling the people who actually have to use the systems as a way around it. But whatever happens, don't make us corporations change what we're doing. We're making money. As long as it's making money, we don't want things to change. So Mark Miller had said, from deepfakes, sexual images, and cyberbullying to addictive scrolling, our kids are especially vulnerable to online harm. And banning them from it doesn't fix those problems. How about we get rid of addictive scrolling algorithm type things and make it so that these corporations can't do deepfake sexual images. And cyberbullying, it's a cultural issue, but more can be done on the end of the corporations to deal with it. So that is why last week we tabled a Safe Social Media Act to make the online world safer for children. As a country, we cannot let this generation down. And by Safe Social Media Act, it's just to ban kids. It's not making social media safer. It's not safer for the adults who have to use it. No. It's just banning kids. And yeah, we don't need to actually watch that video there. So from Global News, Minister says MPs must choose victims by fast-tracking lawful access bill.
Ottawa, Mackenzie.
Jeff, Google and Apple are the latest tech giants calling out the Liberal government for a proposed new law that could allow police to access personal metadata that they say will put Canadians' personal information at risk.
When you build a backdoor into an encrypted device, anyone can walk through. And because so much depends on encryption, we can't take that risk.
A risk to things like Canadians' iCloud accounts that Apple warns would be easier to hack if the new law is passed. Concerns that...
That's the thing that a lot of people seem to be like, oh, what if I have to put my government ID onto online or whatever? I've got nothing to hide. But here's the thing. If you have to use your government ID to go online, that gets stored in a database, and all databases are hackable. All of them can be accidentally shared. Just ask the over half of the population of Alberta that was just doxxed. Having all of this information stored anywhere, it's just a matter of time before it's released on the dark web or to nefarious partners.
Led popular messaging app Signal and VPN provider Proton to threaten to close Canadian services.
Canada already has an effective, transparent system where law enforcement can apply to the courts for reasonable assistance orders subject to judicial oversight.
But those laws aren't good enough, according to the Liberals, who are now proposing to force telecom companies to retain metadata of all their users, not just people suspected of committing a crime, including transmission information, for up to a year. Which companies this would...
Yep, so they get to keep all of our information. Me, Canadians watching, they can just keep it for a year. Oh, but we're not going to misuse it. No, of course not. So much for privacy.
Apply to isn't clear, since the bill calls for the Public Safety Minister to create regulations after it becomes a law, one of many cabinet-level powers.
This could give the government the power to secretly force companies to redesign products to include invasive surveillance capabilities, and to do so without sufficient safeguards or oversight.
The Liberals maintain any information would only be given to police after a judicial process and wouldn't...
Really?
Include things like emails and search history.
What my focus is to make sure that we actually catch up to the rest of our partners, particularly Five Eyes countries who have a lawful access regime.
This is the Liberals' second crack at a so-called lawful access bill, the first attempt last summer, but eventually shelved after substantial backlash. But with a majority government, they could push things through despite Conservative opposition.
Oh, so now it's like... Now that we can't have backlash because of a majority, we're just going to do whatever the hell we want, regardless of, what the people think. And this is one of the rare areas where conservatives are pushing back because this also hinges, it infringes on their free speech and privacy rights. And so this is one of the areas with like the far right and the far left actually agree that this shouldn't be happening.
I have very serious reservations about how quickly this process is going when we're not being given the adequate information and evidence.
The new bill does have substantial changes. Originally, police were allowed to gain warrantless access to metadata from any company or person that provided a service. But even then, the Privacy Commissioner is now calling for multiple additional amendments.
The longer you keep information, the more there's a risk in terms of privacy breach.
If this bill passes, it puts European companies that operate in Canada in a challenging position, Jeff, after European Union courts have deemed the blanket holding of users' metadata is illegal.
Yay. But I just wanted to go down in this article a little bit to kind of, again, just point out, like, even though we do have conservatives pushing back on this, again, I think it's more because it's the liberals that are doing it. But this is just something that they feel so passionately about, because even though the liberals are pushing through a lot of things right now that they agree with and they like and they're not saying anything, this is one area it's like, oh, well, this one hits a little bit too hard. But if the shoe were on the other foot, why do I say that? If we go down to where is it? It's in this article. I set all this up. I'm going to get to it. It's in this article, I'm sure. Okay, here we go. Had to do a Control F there. So the Liberal government has given notice that it's prepared to table a motion forcing the committee to conclude its clause-by-clause consideration of the bill quickly to move to a final reading in the House of Commons without considering the dozens of amendments still remaining. When Parliament, so again, they're fast-tracking this without any real analysis or committee meetings or anything. So when Parliament makes law, there's time for debate and there's time for choosing. This person told reporters on Tuesday, it's time to choose. And so this person, I believe, so Public Safety Minister Gary, that name, accused conservatives who have raised several privacy concerns about Bill C-22 along with tech companies and independent privacy experts of employing stalling tactics during debate over amendments to the bill at the House of Commons Public Safety Committee. When Parliament makes new laws, there's time for debates and there's time for choosing, Gary told reporters Tuesday in Ottawa. It's time to choose. It's time to choose between the victims of crime who are demanding that we, as parliamentarians, act to protect them. It's the time to choose between law enforcement needs modern tools to fight modern criminals. Those tools are in Bill C-22. Gary's comments echoes those of his conservative predecessor, Vic Toes, in 2012, when the Harper government was pushing its own expanded lawful access bill. So, the conservatives, when they were trying to do this, other conservatives were more than happy to push it through. But now that liberals are doing this, they feel the freedom to actually speak out against it. But the liberals pushed back on this when the shoe was on the other foot. So during debate in the House of Commons that year, Toes said critics can either stand with us or with the child pornographers. So using the same language. Michael Geist, who in this area and this area alone when it comes to online security can be trusted. In any other area, not so much, but he is a law professor on this area. So when it comes to online security and all that, he's a good resource. A law professor and Canada Research Chair in the Internet e-commerce law at the University of Ottawa told Global News it was incredible to hear Liberals adopt Toes language after the party heavily criticized it at the time. It is astonishing to hear the government, having heard what they've heard over the last number of weeks, basically cut off all debate and say they're marching ahead with what they know to be deeply flawed legislation, he said in an interview. It's staggering to see what they're doing. The legislation would give police and national security agencies expanded powers to seek subscriber information and other data from telecommunication providers with judicial warrant and purposes of investigation, so on and so forth. I'll toss the rest of this into the SandBox for people, but that's a clear example of when the shoe's on the other foot, the parties seem to push back. So this is Justice Center for Constitutional Freedoms, quote tweeting Michael Geist here, who says the government is moving to shut down lawful access hearings in consideration of amendments on mandatory metadata retention, security backdoors, and weaken encryption today. All amendments to Bill C-22 would be kept secret and voted on without debate. You see, they know the bill is bad when they force it through, keep it secret, and don't allow debate. They know it would be unpopular. So Justice Center for Constitutional Freedom says VPN companies will leave Canada. The government will force companies to retain your data for 1 year. The legal threshold for police access to your data will be lowered. Meanwhile, the federal government is canceling all debate on Bill C-22, the Lawful Access Act, in order to pass the legislation before Parliament adjourns on Friday, June 19th. Now, more than ever before, Canadians who care about privacy must urge their members of Parliament to defeat Bill C-22. This is a crucial moment in our history. Will Canada be a free nation or a surveillance state? Canadians have defeated lawful access legislation before, and we must do it again. So June 19th was a couple days ago. Oh, it didn't end well. And this is from Open Media. Government prematurely ends debate on Bill C-22 without dealing with dangerous surveillance powers. So Open Media is condemning the federal government's decision today to block any committee debate on Part 2 of Bill C-22, the most dangerous and widely criticized portion of its lawful access legislation. The government has chosen to silence scrutiny of and fixes to powers that will compromise the security of every person in Canada. Part 2 of Bill C-22 enacts the proposed Supporting Authorized Access to Information Act. It would let the Ministers of Public Safety issue secret orders compelling apps, messaging services, and other providers to build government access into their systems. Orders that come with mandatory permanent gag rules and no meaningful judicial check. It is structurally similar to provisions the UK attempted to use to secretly order Apple to strip encryption from iCloud, and which led to the end of advanced encryption for iCloud storage in the UK. Companies and experts have widely condemned this portion of Bill C-22. Signal has said it will leave Canada, the Canadian market, rather than comply. Windscribe is preparing to move its headquarters out of the country and other corporations. So again, I'm going to toss this into the SandBox if you want to finish reading this. But there is more on it. So Avi Lewis, major Canadian experts in internet security and privacy like these people here, are absolutely freaking out about Bill C-22. They are sounding a massive alarms, warnings that it could force companies to keep metadata for up to a year, making a vast trove of personal information vulnerable to leaks and hacks, make encryption meaningless by creating backdoors in software that allow police and government agencies to scoop up our personal data and messages, give U.S. police and spy agencies direct access to Canadians' personal data without warning or oversight. So what is the government? So what is the Carney government doing? Ramming C-22 through in the dying hours of the session. Meanwhile, Minister Solomon offers a retail sales pitch for potential powers of a new regulator that won't exist for at least 18 months. Instead of just banning surveillance pricing and protecting us from other forms of digital spying extraction, Bill C-22 is a disaster and should be withheld. And he was quote tweeting Evan Solomon, who is our Minister of AI and Digital Innovation. Yes, Canada has a Minister of AI. That was not asked for when Mark Carney was running for office. That is not something anyone wanted. And he's just saying Canadians deserve more control over their personal information, so let's just put it out there for the corporations to store and keep. That's why the Protecting Privacy and Consumer Data Act would introduce a right to deletion, giving Canadians greater control over the data and strengthening privacy rights in the digital age. What was that you lied? Well, Justice Centers for Constitutional Freedom says, we are disappointed to report that Bill C-22 passed third reading today in the House of Commons. So it just has to go through the Senate, and for those of you who don't know, things almost never get stopped in the Senate. Despite how horrific this is, the likelihood of the Senate doing anything about it is not good. They might make some minor changes to amendments and stuff, but this bill is going to pass. It's going to pass, and yeah. Our privacy in this country is being completely and utterly stripped away. So Judah is just pointing out, if you pay for your VPN through Canadian banking system, example credit card, the government can compel the banks to hand over its list of those who paid for VPNs. Then with new powers, Bill C-8, government ministers can cancel your internet without a court order, because they're replying to somebody saying, I'm debating renewing my VPN service because I don't know if there's any point in Canada. No. Basically, you have to go through a different cash app or something, basically not through a Canadian bank, to pay them if you want to continue with a VPN. And for those wondering what Bill C-8 was, Government of Canada strengthens cybersecurity and critical infrastructure with royal assent of Bill C-8. So this has already happened. And so if they consider a VPN to be a threat to cybersecurity, gone. And if you've paid for one, they can shut down your internet because you might be a threat. So the Government of Canada is committed to protecting critical infrastructure and digital systems that people in Canada rely on. This is why today the Honourable Gary Minister of Public Safety and the Honourable Melanie Joly, Minister of Industry, and the Minister responsible for Canada Economic Development in Quebec regions, highlighted that Bill C-8, an act respecting cybersecurity, received royal assent. This legislation strengthens Canada's ability to protect essential services by supporting the security of the country's telecommunication system and bolstering cybersecurity across the financial, like your banks, telecommunications, energy, and transportation sectors. ARCS ends the Telecommunications Act to add security as an explicit policy objective and provides the government with new authorizations to compel actions against threats to telecommunications system. New authorities, with new authorities to compel action against threats to telecommunication system. You know, there was a lot of like conservatives and right-wingers that were mad back when Justin Trudeau used certain powers to freeze bank accounts of people who were occupying Ottawa. One would think they'd be a little concerned about this. ARCS also introduced the Critical Cyber Systems Protection Act, which creates a regulatory framework requiring designated operators in the finance, telecommunications, energy, and transportation sector to protect their critical cyber systems. So these changes will take effect immediately upon royal assent. So here, Canadian Muslim Public Affairs Council. So this is another bill that just got passed that people have been fighting against. Should probably quiet my phone. Let me just silence that. So this one was about civil liberties, people ability to protest around certain things. You know, how they want to make bubble zones around things like synagogues that are doing sales of stolen land, because you can't protest that sort of thing. So Canadian Muslim Public Affairs Council. Today, the House of Commons voted to approve Bill C9 by a vote of 189 to 128, clearing a final parliamentary stage before royal assent. Throughout the legislative process, civil liberties organizations, faith communities, legal experts, and community groups across the country raised concerns regarding Bill's impact on fundamental freedoms. Despite these concerns, the government proceeded with the legislation without adopting amendments that would have addressed several of the most significant issues identified by Canadians across the country. As the Canadian Civil Liberties Association noted, the bill would disproportionately harm the very communities it purports to protect, urging the government to reverse course on Bill C9. The passage of Bill C9 does not end this discussion. Civil liberties organizations, faith communities, and advocacy groups will be closely monitoring the implementation and enforcement of this legislation to ensure that it is not used in a manner that infringes on fundamental charter protection freedoms, including freedoms of speech, freedom of association, and freedom of religion, as protected by the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. I just need to write down Bill C9 and civil liberties. I'm trying to make a list of all the things that Mark Carney is doing that are just horrible, so that when people challenge me on it, I can just have it up on my phone and pull it up and be like, so he's done this, 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 this. And protest. Let's do that. There we go. But a little bit more on that. So, Canada's stronger hate crime protections become law. So, as hate continues to rise in Canada, communities have been calling on stronger protections against the hate crimes. Those protections are now law, says the Honourable Sean Fraser, Minister of Justice and Attorney General of Canada. The Combating Hate Act, Bill C9, received royal assent yesterday, delivering on the Government of Canada's commitment to strengthen protection for communities being made to feel afraid because of who they are, how they worship, or where they gather. The provisions will come into force July 18th, 2026, so it's already enforced. And so, you know, when Zionists, you know, are just made to feel uncomfortable because people are protesting their sale of them selling stolen land, people can get charged. A lot of the pushback was coming from, you know, if there are people who are protesting who do end up harassing and crossing the line, there were already laws put in place that would protect people, that would get them charged and stuff like this. This just adds an easier way for the government to kind of swoop in and say, okay, I don't like the way you're protesting, therefore I can shut you down. These stronger protections make it a crime to intimidate or obstruct people from accessing places where communities gather, including places of worship, school, community centers. They also strengthen how the criminal code addresses hate-motivated crime and the public display of certain terrorism and hate symbols. So what gets defined as a terrorist and hate symbol? Kafias? Already talked about that earlier in this stream. So there's more on this. All right, just need to put down something. Hopefully I can read my writing later on. Okay, yeah. So I'll put this into the SandBox for people who want to finish reading up on this bill. I've talked about it before when it was trying to be put through. Well, it's now put through. So strengthening hate crime laws, make hate-motivated crime a specific offense, ensuring such conduct is more clearly denounced and that offenders are held accountable. So hate-motivated crime was already a thing. Define hatred to clarify what constitutes a hate crime in the criminal code. So things like saying from the river to the sea, perhaps. Make it a crime to willfully promote hatred against an identifiable group by displaying certain terrorism or hate symbols in public, namely symbols principally used by associated with listed terrorist entities under the criminal code, 2 Nazi symbols or a noose. 2 Nazi symbols. So associated with listed terrorist entities. So in the UK, Palestine Action is a terrorist entity. What's stopping Canada from just listing any group it wants as a terrorist entity in order to shut it down? Well, I'm not the only one that thinks that this is the worst prime minister I've had. Elizabeth May also says that after working in Parliament with 3 different prime ministers, this is the worst she's ever seen, and that democracy is slipping away. She's the leader of the Green Party, for any pond jumpers who might not know.
I'd love to get all of your thoughts on this government's use of time allocation motions, because I mean, you've all laid out various concerns you have with various bills that are sort of being rushed through, but you know, how do you balance that as well with the fact that there are only so many sitting days and you need to move things forward?
Why are we in a rush right now? We could add sitting days. That's a discretionary choice. We could use our time well. We have, and if we followed the rules of Parliament, which no one has for decades, we could make Parliament work more efficiently. We could add more days if you need time to study bills. And we're not getting it. This government, I mean, I decried the Harper administration's use of omnibus budget bills. It was appalling. And then time allocation over and over again, more than any previous government. And then the Liberals under Trudeau promised no more omnibus budget bills and no more time allocation. But now, this administration is not only using omnibus budget bills to hide things that were never mentioned in the budget at all, like we're going to deregulate pesticide use to allow dangerous pesticides to be used. That wasn't in the spring economic statement either. Again, this moment right now is the worst I've seen in 15 years as an MP, with prime ministers going from Stephen Harper to Justin Trudeau and now Mark Carney. I've served in that parliament with all of those governments in majority positions and minority. This is the worst I've ever seen, and I feel that democracy itself is disrespected. Parliament itself is disrespected, and the existence of, reminds me of what the late Jim Travers said once, you can talk about democracy, you can go to Ottawa, it's basically a democracy theme park. All the buildings are still there, you can tour them, but there's no democracy going on. And at the time, I thought there's still some democracy going on, but welcome to the democracy theme park.
That's some biting words. Avi Lewis, also concerned, tweeting out, the Liberals have used a newly acquired majority to push through major changes to Canada's laws at the last minute to shut down debate on legislation with major implications for the lives of all Canadians. This is not normal. This is what happens when a government thinks it can act with impunity.
We are seeing the government use its newly acquired majority to push through a bunch of legislation, significant, profound changes to Canada's laws, using all of the powers of the majority to push it through without sufficient debate and discussion. There's a thread that connects these big moves that the government is making. If it's on corporate Canada's wish list, it's on the government's fast-track list. Whether it's undermining the regulation of pesticides and food safety buried in an omnibus bill, whether it's a Clean Water Act that removes the right to water for Indigenous communities, or whether it's professing concern about surveillance pricing while just creating a vague process with no clear ban to this predatory corporate practice. Whether it's environmental regulation, the entire edifice of climate policy in Canada, Indigenous rights, everything is being swept away in the service of pursuit of major industrial projects that disproportionately benefit massive corporations and are making Canadians less safe and less secure. Canadians need to know what's going on in this House in these final hours of this session. These matters are too consequential And there's nothing routine or ordinary about this process. We've never seen powers like this before granted to cabinet. I'm not talking about one piece of legislation. I'm talking about multiple pieces of legislation and a pattern where it appears that corporate lobbyists are writing the laws of Canada. This is not business as usual. These are unprecedented times, and they're unprecedented measures, and they deserve the light of day and of public debate, and not to be shoved through at the end of a session.
Damn straight. So, for those of you who live in Canada, this here in the SandBox is how you can find out who your MP is and how to contact them. If you have a Liberal MP, you should be contacting them about all of this. Any of it. Pick one, pick two, pick three. Contact them and let them know you ain't happy with what's happening. Oh, yeah. Let's see. Yeah. Oh, there we go. All of these Liberals here. They're the ones with the power. Contact them. If this is your riding, contact them. So in the SandBox, find out who your MP is and contact them. This has to stop. Okay. I wanted to leave that tab open for a minute. We can close these. That one can get closed. Okay. We're going to touch on some provincial news. We get to see Doug Ford get booed a lot, which will be fun. It's not a terribly long docket, and then just a couple of stories that are a little bit one-off. So, we're in the end stretch here, and it's not even 4 hours yet. I might get this done in under 5. That's the goal. That is the goal. So, let's check the SandBox. Let's see. And let's see. I'm going to make that bigger. So, a little ways away from revenue, from Super Chats. If you want to see that sneak peek that I have put together, well, I haven't put it together for a sneak peek, but I've put together of my TYT essay, which I think is really good. And I'll save it to the end. But I need $40 worth of Super Chats in order for that to happen. Like, eventually you'll be seeing it when I get the TYT essays out there. Grand Theft Autobot, the more the Canadian government does, the more I hate being Canadian. It's... yeah. The thing is I don't know where else I'd want to be. Like, where else it would be better for someone like me. Queer and living with disabilities. It doesn't mean that I have to put up with what the Canadian government is doing, though. Mumi, you can use verify with your bank to verify your age on the year, not to the day you log into your bank and your bank does the passes on your age. I don't think that's going to work. Crotchy, police are going to be stalking women with this. More so than they are already. Yeah, I know what you mean. There's been multiple cases of police using their powers to stalk ex-partners and women that they just see at the gym. Crouchy, conservatives love surveillance unless it's right libertarians, but it's hard to find principled right libertarians who aren't just putting on a shroud. Yeah, the Harper government did some pretty bad things when it came to, I don't remember them off the top of my head. I think it was like Bill C-57 and 58. I'd have to look into it, but they already opened the door to have more surveillance of Canadians, or easier access to Canadian information and sharing and things of that sort. I think, I'm trying to jog my memory. It was like they could find out information from Canadians through a third party, so they wouldn't be able to like go to these sources, but if there was like an aggregate somewhere, they could then go to that to get the information that they wanted. Something like that. And that was under the Harper government. Let's see. Isidore, I hate that banner cookies. Of Global? Yeah. I just want to eat cookies now. Isidore, if we had a local newspaper, we'd be better people. We used to have local news all over the place. People know what was happening with their neighbors and everything, but more and more it gets consolidated. And eventually they're probably just going to end up using AI to report the news. And I wish I was joking. I really wish I was joking with that. Let's see. Crotchies of synagogues will be a safe haven for illegal act, is what I get from that bill. Absolutely. It's a way to clamp down on certain types of protest. Okay. The Wild West, I live in a democracy theme park. Yep. I was very, I don't know, there was just something about the way that Elizabeth May said that that's like, ooh, that's biting. That is biting. Where was I? Jumped. BCAT, y'all still preferable to the US? Yeah. I'd still rather be here than the US. Looney Tunes, if you can see a lobster in chat, we're being sarcastic about Jordan B. Peterson. Yeah, I know. He has a thing for lobsters. And also, thank you so much, Looney Tunes, for the $1.99 super chat for the TYT essay preview. Happy Father's Day. Well, I'm not a father as far as I know. But happy Father's Day to all that it applies to. Yeah, we're getting closer then. We're getting closer for that sneak peek at the end of all of this. Oh, I worked hard to put that segment together too. Some of the dots that my brain connects. I don't have sound effects for the super chats unless you hear my computer go ding when I hit print screen so that I can copy it. Visitor, I get confused about the act and feeling, and older I get kind of mute. A good book is as good as it gets. Then you read a book like I Am a Truck and one wants to reach out to the author. If I read Sandy's book, I bet that might happen crazy, eh? Then I'm a stalker. You should read my book. Everyone should read my book. As soon as I'm done that TYT essay. Can't wait. I can't wait. Oh my God. I dream about that world. I live in it. Well, why don't we hurry on through the next two dockets. Again, neither of them are terribly long, but I just want to push through them and get it done. Okay. I shouldn't have gone to that one. It did. I didn't close the other one, did I? No, it's not on the right setting. That's why. No. Not Inception. There we go. Now if I go here. Okay, fixed. So here we have Assembly of Treaty Chiefs in Alberta demand treason investigation into Premier Danielle Smith and the UCP. Hell yeah. Now, for one thing, it shouldn't be Indigenous peoples that are constantly the ones having to do these fights. It'd be nice if other groups got in on this, but oh, hell yeah. Hell yeah. This is about the separation movement that Danielle has been championing while simultaneously saying she wants a united Canada. But making it easier for separatists to do their thing. Well, they're saying this is some treason going on and should be checked. And this is from APTN News. Dozens of chiefs from Treaty Numbers 6, 7, and 8 have voted unanimously on a resolution calling for RCMP investigation into whether actions of Alberta Premier Danielle Smith and members of the UCP government amount to treason. They want to determine whether treason has been committed under Section 46 of the Criminal Code. We call for this investigation on the basis of intentional violation of the treaties, of calling a referendum in the face of severe risk to Canada's sovereignty and the treaty relationship, and of failing to take action on the violation of privacy rights of millions of people, the Assembly of Treaties Chiefs says in a news release after meeting Tuesday in Calgary. Further, Premier Smith and the UCP government have done all of this with significant risks of foreign interference and influence, the chief adds. The chiefs say the RCMP has had the role of protecting treaty rights and are asking them to step up now. In an interview with APTN News, Chief Sheldon Sunshine of Sturgeon Creek and Cree Nation said, "We've all seen this UCP government bend over backwards the last couple of years for the separatist movement. Making accommodations for a small group trying to utilize 400,000 Albertans who voted in favor of staying in Canada, trying to weaponize those people and just serve a small minority." Smith maintains she and her party support a sovereign Alberta within a united Canada. But she's been met with criticism for allowing legislation that made it easier for separatists and others to mount successful petitions on questions to be added to an October 19th referendum. Most recently, Smith proposed a question to be put on vote whether Albertans want to stay in Canada or whether Alberta should start the process to hold second binding referendum on separation. Smith made the announcement last month after a judge struck down the group Stay Free Alberta petition on separatists, saying there was a failure to consult First Nations. Smith called the judge's ruling misinterpretation of the duty to consult and is appealing the decision. So it's not the first time the AOTC has been critical of Smith and the UCP. In February, it passed a vote of non-confidence in the Premier and the government for the refusal to respond appropriately to the current political atmosphere on our treaty territories. At the time, the chief said the UCP acted repeatedly with lack of critical understanding and respect for those responsible, demonstrating their inability to respond and respectfully govern the province of Alberta. The chief also said the referendum and separatist agenda was lending to unsafe conditions for First Nations peoples by promoting ignorance and intolerance and outright racism. More to come. So Brandy Morin is also reporting on this, saying, wow, the Assembly of Treaty Chiefs just dropped a bomb on Danielle Smith. So they're calling for looking into treason. The chiefs met on Treaty 7 territory in Calgary on June 16th and voted as one, pushing a separation referendum that puts Canada's sovereignty at risk, trampling the treaty's relationship and ignoring privacy violations affecting millions, and opening the door to foreign interference. That's the case they're laying out. And they're going back to the source. When treaty was signed, the Northwest Mounted Police, now the RCMP, made a promise: protect First Nations, protect these territories. The Crown guaranteed peace and goodwill in exchange for sharing this land. The chiefs are saying, F around and find out. And this is the treaty here. So we call an investigation on the basis of intentional violations of the treaties. So I will, you can freeze the screen here if you want to read it. As you might be able to tell, my voice is giving out. Well, Alberta Premier's office had wades into fray on separation battle with First Nations chiefs. So the executive director, Danielle Smith's office, may have further inflamed the debate over the issue of separation in Alberta. In a social media post Thursday, Bruce McAllister said that instead of criticizing her, First Nation chiefs should fix their own communities, describing them as entrenched in poverty, drugs, and violence. Wow, that's a lot of racism in one statement. In a lengthy post on social media, McAllister says the chiefs should focus on their own problems rather than having the gall to accuse the Premier of treason over Alberta's looming separation referendum. Shit, that is pretty long. Okay, here we go. Content warning. I'm probably going to, there's a lot of racism in here, I imagine. Like a lot, like a whole bunch from Bruce McAllister here, who should probably lose his fucking job. This is such a bad look for these chiefs. People are sick and tired of hearing unrealistic demands from them. It might be tolerable if their communities were beacons of prosperity, safe, strong families, and real accountability, but sadly, that they're anything but. On too many Alberta First Nations, their own people face devastating addiction and overdose crisis, tearing families apart, kids removed into care at shocking rates, and this is all the fault of the colonialist government. Entrenched poverty and high unemployment, welfare traps. Okay, I'm not going to read all this bullshit. Just a lot of racism in there and a lot of misrepresentation. And while ignoring the absolutely devastating policies Danielle Smith has put in place that is harming the average Albertan. Let's see. I'll put this link into the SandBox. From the looks of it, it has the entire tweet listed out at the bottom, so you can read it if you want to feel just like a lava hot rage burn through your veins. So the breakdown reporting in response to the Assembly of Treaty Chiefs demanding that the RCP investigate Smith for treason. Smith called for chiefs to show as much respect for my government as we have shown for them. Or as Mark Carney would say, they need to behave and be civilized.
treaty chiefs are calling for an investigation into whether your actions over the independence referendum amount to treason under the criminal code. What's your response to that?
Well, I think it's disgraceful. I think it's disgraceful that any government that wants to be taken seriously would level charges that serious against another government. Look, I've had my differences with...
If the shoe fits. If this qualifies as treason, you should be charged with treason.
The federal government, but I have never used language like that. I would ask the treaty chiefs to check themselves because we have a very...
I've never used language that offensive, while I now use language that's even more offensive.
collaborative relationship between our government and our ministers. I want that to continue. But this kind of overwrought language has no place in a democracy. When they were pursuing a new relationship with Ottawa, I cheered them along. We are pursuing a new relationship with Ottawa that respects our jurisdiction.
Yeah, a new relationship with Ottawa and where we're not part of Canada.
And I would ask that they be respectful of that. But they need to, that language has no place in this democratic discussion.
Okay, and what steps are you taking to rebuild trust with the treaty chiefs?
Nothing. She's doing nothing. She lies here, but yeah, it's nothing. Anyway, on to Doug Ford. And so Doug Ford has these things called Ford Fests, what are not supposed to be political things. They're just this thing that he used to put on, but they're now like political rallies and should be treated as such. And it should, qualify as such, but no, he doesn't do that. Instead, he does use a lot of taxpayer money for it in a roundabout way. So Colin DeMello from Global News says, at Ford Fest, the police presence just got heavier. From Toronto Police to the OPP. So that is taxpayer money going into the police presence at the Ford Fest. This is a heavy contingent of police keeping people away from the Premier, unsure whether they are responding to a threat. Now, I can't play these little thingies here because there is music on in the background of all of them. But you can see the stormtroopers, or I mean the police, come into force here. All of these for the Ford Fest, something that Doug Ford puts on yearly. It's like a barbecue type thing. It's supposed to be a family event. But instead, he's showing his police task force ready to respond to his needs. These are Doug Ford's troopers here. They're not there to serve the people. They're there to serve him and him alone. Joy Henderson's pointing out, hey, Toronto, please be a sport and let us know how much this bill and who's paying for it, because if it's Toronto taxpayers, I suggest we will all divvy up the amount between ourselves and send Doug Ford personally an invoice. So Colin DeMello had also tweeted this out. The Toronto Police Mounted Unit has now arrived at Ford Fest. So, not just people marching along, but also people on horseback. That's like a massive police force to have at a fucking picnic. Adam just saying, corrupt police service doing their own show of force. Thing for a corrupt premier is exactly where we're at right now. And Laura Stone is just pointing out, line of police officers at the PC caucus gathers backstage. As the PC caucus gathers backstage. Why are all these police here? Are they needed? Or is it because Doug Ford's skin is so thin he needs to be protected by all these police in case someone says a mean thing towards him? Well, people do, which is good. My God, that is so bad. And yeah, so the Toronto police that's there, that's the Toronto taxpayers that goes to that, but the OPP, that's all of Ontario's taxpayer money going to that. Well, he got shouted down. So Alan here says, Premier Doug Ford is getting shouted down by a huge crowd of striking OPSU workers and supporters of Grassy Narrows First Nation at Ford Fest. It's impossible to hear his speech. Good. That's how every gathering or every press conference he's at, this is what should be happening. He should be shouted down every single time he's making a public appearance. So more from Colin DeMello, close to the stage, Premier 4, who is touting government investment support for Scarborough and promises never to raise taxes, was consistently drowned out at Ford Fest. Ford immediately left. Staff highlighted safety for his quick exit.
Oh, how hard people in this province work for a paycheck. And I will always fight to put more money back in your taxpayers' pockets. We're cleaning up the streets, cracking down on crime, so people can feel safe again. We're shutting down drug
Women questioning life choices right here. Yeah, this is okay. We're all okay. We're smiling.
Where they belong.
Oh, music plays. Right, so I have to mute it here. Bye. And so Dr. Jill Andrew, who was an NDP MPP, who again, vote splitting, she lost her seat, which was just, again, just so frustrating in the last provincial election. She says, to everyone booing in the crowd and at home, the real test will be what you remember at the next provincial election. Who will you vote for? Will you forget? Please do not forget this moment and the dozens more like it we have had since 2018. Ontarians deserve better. And I tried my best, with my little videos to get the message out there, to remind people of some of the bullshit that he's done. Because there's no way, if you actually pay attention to what Ford is doing, you would want that. None. None. Meanwhile, in another province, there's good happening because their premier, again, I have issues with Wab Kinew. I always want to put that disclaimer there. But even though he has done some bad, he's also doing a lot of good, which is probably why he's the most popular premier in the country right now. So here he is saying free youth transit is rolling out in Manitoba and the pilot program starts in this area here. Now, ideally, yes, I would like to have free transit for everyone, but this is a good start because it starts with youth and then it can start expanding to, seniors, people with disabilities, people living in poverty, and so on and so forth. So this is the first step towards that, which is great. So this summer, Youth Ride Free. By this fall, free transit for everyone under 18 rolls out across Manitoba, making life more affordable and the environment a little greener, one bus ride at a time.
We're making transit free for you right across Manitoba, and we're taking the first step right here in Selkirk. When you come back to school in the fall, no one under 18 has to pay for transit at all. We can do the right thing for the climate. We can do the right thing for families who are thinking about the cost of living, and we can do the right thing for the future generations. We're making the wheels on the bus roll, round and round.
Nobody needs this earworm in their head as to what they do next. Okay, so that's it for that. I do want to just move right into the next docket because it's not very long and I want to get done before, 10 hours go by. So this subject in particular, I know a lot about. If you ever see a leftist podcaster talking about this, you need to contact them and tell them to get me on, because so far, whenever I've seen this talked about, it's missing so much context and nuance. I, however, am very much plugged into this because it's made. As somebody who lives with disabilities, this is a subject that I have been paying close attention to, more so than most people you will see commenting on this. And I have been beyond frustrated seeing how people have talked about it, even in this conversation, it's not like they would ever include somebody like me. I would never get to talk to, the government about what I think about this. But CTV News here is reporting we have to maintain an open mind. Justice Minister won't close the door on any MAID policy. So recently there's been some pushback about track 3 of MAID, which is expanding it to people whose sole underlying condition is mental health. And the Conservatives are pushing back against it. The Conservatives, even though they say, we won't want to do this, like get rid of MAID for everyone, they absolutely want to get rid of MAID for everyone. And lots of people have talked about it. I need to do this. You do hear the boo-doop, don't you? There we go. This takes so long. And then I had to go back to this screen because I don't have it in my other screen yet. Thank you so much, The Wild West, for the $10 super chat. And the flying lime? That's a lime, right? Super appreciate it. Somebody wants to see a sneak peek. Anyway, let's get back to my news. So, yeah. So here they're like, oh yeah, we need to have an open mind, people with disability, like mental health, all this and that and the other thing. And they're saying we want to get rid of this for people with mental health issues as the sole underlying condition. But they're not offering anything that would actually make the lives of people suffering from mental health better. They're not demanding it be included in the Canada Health Act. They're not supplying supports or programs or anything. They just want to take this service off the table for people, this ability to use MAID, without doing anything to improve the quality of life. Now, I am not against MAID for the sole reason being mental health in all situations. What people get stuck in their head is like, oh, so you mean somebody is feeling a little bit suicidal, they're going through a divorce or they lost their job, so they get MAID? No. There are mental health conditions out there that make life unbearable and are resistant to treatment. Not every mental health issue is depression. There's a lot of others out there. Ones where people are still competent to make this decision. They should have the right to die with dignity if that is what they choose. But I would like to see that as the last resort, as in they've had all the supports that could possibly be laid out in front of them. Financial supports, counseling, medication, programs, if they need in-home care, all of that has been done first. This should never be an option where there could have been something else done. Let's see. Let's go and watch the video on this.
Don't mind, on a separate subject, tomorrow the parliamentary committee studying extending medical assistance in dying to people whose sole underlying condition is mental illness will put forward the recommendation. I know that you haven't seen it. You're going to maybe you have, but you're going to examine it before ultimately you make a decision. I just wondered, from your perspective as the federal justice minister, if you are open to the possibility of blunting that extension as it's scheduled to go ahead in March through legislation. Is that something that is even being considered?
I'm not going to close the door on any possible policy decision. I've not had the opportunity to review the report. I'm going to wait until it's tabled. I want to make sure that I have the benefit not only of the recommendations, but the evidence that underpinned those recommendations. I'll undertake a process of my own on the back end to ensure that I've considered all possible perspectives on an issue as important as this. This is a pressing social issue. It's deeply personal to many Canadians. There are very few of us who don't know someone who's been impacted significantly by a life-changing and a life-ending disease that may have availed themselves of medical assistance in dying. There are additional social questions that will emerge over the next number of years, but I'm going to wait until I have the opportunity to review the report in full to take a position alongside my colleagues in Cabinet when it comes to this issue.
Do you have a personal view on it?
On medical assistance to dying?
Extended to people with a sole underlying condition.
Look, I think my own view is, informed by personal circumstances, is that we have to maintain an open mind for experiences that may not be widespread. There are friends of mine who've watched their parents live through horribly painful circumstances at the end of their life, who found themselves to develop the same condition and didn't want to live through the same experience. We have to realize that there are deeply felt personal motivations behind these experiences, but we also have to make sure that as legislators, we understand how a rule may apply to different people in different ways. So my own view is that we need to continuously consider the perspectives that Canadians collectively hold with a real desire to understand the experiences that individuals go through during what is, by definition, the most traumatic thing a person will experience.
So a little bit more. Well, that was all quoted. Fraser says the conversation he's had with people in his life will weigh heavily on him as the federal government decides on how to proceed with possible MAID expansion to cover people whose sole underlying condition is mental health or mental illness. These are difficult conversations, but I find things are worth doing are always difficult, Fraser told the reporter. Certain Canadians have had access to MAID since 2016, with amendments made to the eligibility criteria in 2021. Further expansion of MAID to include mental illness as the sole factor, however, have been highly controversial. And in 2024, the federal government, under former Prime Minister Justin Trudeau, announced it was delaying the move until 2027 after the next federal election. So again, people are outraged that they want to have this added into MAID. And for me, it's the idea of allowing people with mental health issues, sole condition being mental health, before adding it to the Healthcare Act is abhorrent. As a hard no. But all these people that are mad at this idea of mental health being added are still not proposing anything that would make the lives easier for people who are suffering with mental health issues. They just want us to suffer. They don't want to do anything about our suffering, and they want to take away, the one outlet some of us might have. Yeah. So next, not related to MAID, different topic, is a little clip from Hassan Piker. Talks about a couple things, but they're all connected, but I do want to touch on what he says about trans folks after this clip.
Okay, Donald Trump eradicated trans athletes. Donald Trump literally made it illegal to be trans and an athlete in the NCAA. Did your life get better? That was literally a year ago. That was 2 years ago. Did your life get better since then?
Yes. Has anyone's life gotten better with all this hate and legislation against trans folks? Which American right-winger has your life improved by this? Anything? Are groceries more affordable? Housing costs down? No? Nothing? You've focused all your time on legislation against trans people instead of working towards legislation that would have actually helped improve your life.
Did you experience any fucking material improvements in your life? No, of course you didn't. Is that fixing the fucking gas prices? Giving Israel more money, is that going to fix your gas prices? Giving Israel more money, is that going to actually improve inflation? Is the cost of living more manageable? We've been giving Israel $10 billion a fucking year on top of everything else that we've been doing, $300 billion since the inception of the nation state over the course of the last 80 fucking years, right? Have things gotten better in that process, on that timeline, especially in the last 2 to 3 years? Have things gotten better? Has ICE improved your lives? Elon Musk is a fucking trillionaire. What good did that do for you? Did it do anything for you that's positive? No, of course not.
And so related to the trans topic, so Dr. Laura here, quote tweeting a national post that says, judge decides if transgender women with history of sex crimes should go to women's jail. And Dr. Laura is just saying the answer here should be no. If you have a history of sex crimes or other coercive violent crimes against women, there should be no accommodation for trans status. And this person just pointing out, you're wearing a cute outfit. Republican cops arrest you for prostitution and public lewdness. Republican prosecutors throw the book at you, and you're convicted by a cis jury, and you are now, for all intents and purposes, a sex criminal. If you think it will go any differently for you, you aren't paying attention to the U.S. politics. Now, what I want to point out is, do you believe trans women are women? It can't be conditional on, whatever criteria you want to put on it. If there is a cis woman who has a history of sex crimes, would you then force her into a male prison? If she had a history of sex crimes against other women, would you then force her into a male's prison? No. Trans women are women, full stop. If you wouldn't do that to a cis woman, you can't do that to a trans woman. It's not conditional on if they play to your rules or not. This is why I hate when people say, oh, I'm going to misgender this person because I don't like them for whatever reason, they're bad, blah, 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 and they don't deserve my respect. Recognizing trans folks should never be conditional. Full stop. Never. Not with this, not with sports, not with anything. So, if you think to yourself, oh, if there's a cis woman out there who has done sexual crimes against other women, she should go into a male prison. If you think that is ridiculous, then you should think it's just as ridiculous to send a trans woman into a male's prison. Because the amount of abuse and horrors that she would face. Not to mention, how many people get locked away in prisons for crimes they didn't commit? Or crimes that were exaggerated? How many of these sex criminal trans women will be labeled as such because they went into a girl's washroom? Yeah. But here's a little example of the community coming together to support diverse people. And so I love the name of this public school. It's called Much More Public. But here's an example of the community saying, you know what, fuck these bigots. We're going to have a good time. This is from CTV News.
Well, a gathering in support of Pride brought families, students, and community members together outside Much More Public School. The event comes days after a planned drag queen story time for Pride Month was canceled. Here's CTV's Josh Morano.
Community members gather outside of Much More Public School in support of Pride.
To show our solidarity with the community, to show our kids that this does matter and we do support them and they are welcome.
This just days after a drag storytime event was canceled for what the school says was raising concerns about curricular alignment.
The cancellation this year was very, very disappointing.
Jessica Fullerton is a parent of a student at Much More and says the storytime presentations are a welcome event.
It started some really amazing conversations about wow, this person was dressed up and they looked amazing and what does that mean? And so it was a great jumping off point for those conversations.
It's really nice to make sure that the environment is going to be inclusive.
community, I think in general, is happy to have these events.
The gathering welcomed dozens of parents, children, and advocates who say the school's unexplained cancellation came as a shock.
We have to accept that some people have expertise in teaching our children certain lessons, and accepting other kids and learning that queer people and trans people exist and they are a part of our communities and always will be is just a simple part of the curriculum.
A donkey! Yeehaw! Adriana Expose, a drag performer, was supposed to lead the story time, but in an email to CTV News earlier this week says the cancellation was due to parental pushback.
It's just sad that we are bending to the will of those voices when we need to be showing these members of our community, the marginalized members of our community, that we support them, that they are safe here, that they are welcome.
Fullerton says the gathering shows the support the community has to create a safe and inclusive experience for their children.
To show our kids that you know, if you're different, it's okay, that you're welcome here, and that we support you, and that we are not bending to the will of unacceptance and narrow-mindedness.
Josh Brano, CTV News.
Good to see the community come together in moments like that. Oh, okay. I actually made it through all of my dockets. But I'm still a little shy, or a lot shy, of my sneak peek threshold. And I don't mean to be a stickler about it, but I did work really hard on it today to try to get it done for today's live stream, so much so I forgot to make an intro to this live stream. So you don't get to hear my funky theme song at the beginning of this live stream. If you scroll all the way back, it's not there because I was so focused on trying to get this done. I was also doing other research about it earlier today, so I was getting all of these dockets together today. Plus finishing off that segment, plus doing research. Oh, it's been a busy work day. But Jet and the SandBox and I were trying to figure out something. Well, I'm trying to figure out something. Jet's helping me, but we could use your help. Is there a way to find out when a web page changed its, there's a term for it, presentation, you know, its logo, its design, things of that sort. Is there a way to know that? Jet has gone back in the Wayback Machine. That hasn't helped. Oh, Wild West. Yeah, Jet has gone back in the Wayback Machine. And it only goes back so far. Oh, no, take that down first. Do that. Nope, then do this. There we go. There we go. Well, the Wild West, thank you for the $23 super chat. Somebody here really wants to see a sneak peek. Well, can somebody else put in, let's see. Oh, I don't know how much that is. If that's $40, because my revenue is not $40. But has that been actual $40 for you guys? Because I said $40. I didn't say $40 revenue for me. Because it says $35 revenue for me. But I only said $40 in super chats. Oh, I can do the math, actually. I can go to this screen here. Your activity. Do I have to make this bigger? I have to make this bigger. Oh, come on. You should show me. It's not showing me my viewer activity. Stupid YouTube. Normally, if I go to viewer activity, I see all the super chats and stuff. It's not showing me. Stream help. Okay, yeah. It's the only one that's blank. Well, the silliness of that. Hey, don't chew that. It's gone. It's disappeared from my viewer activity. It's not there. Oh well. I think it's close enough. I think it's close enough. Would you? He's on the mic. I think it's close enough. When do you think it's close enough, Linear? Do you think it's close enough? If you purr right now, will this actually pick it up? Let's get you purring. Come on, are you going purr at least? Are you going purr? No, you're just going to sit there on top of the mic. Oh, he's like, I'm going purr, but it's going to be super duper quiet. Oh, go on. Oh, silly goose. Silly goose. Well, before we get on to the sneak peek, go and check the SandBox. Let's see. Oh, right. And I was also talking about Jet and I were trying to figure out something. Yes, I'm looking for a way to find out when a web page... Don't chew that! Oh my god! I already have one mic broken. I don't need you chewing through this cord. Yes, Jet and I are trying to figure out when TYT changed a page. Its logo and stuff. Not on the main page, though. It's not on the main page where I'm inquiring about. But if anyone knows how to find out that information, I'd really appreciate it. Okay, just checking SandBox. How far back do I have to go? Oh, people talking about my book. Oh, maybe? Low Snake is off to bed. Okay. Super annoyed that it's not showing up in my viewer activity. Okay, let's see. People talking about FIFA. Okay. Isidore is addicted to chatting and streaming. There's worse things to be addicted to. Let's see. Looney Tunes. So this is Canadian version of Ice, Sandy? No. We do have Border Patrol here. And that would be the version, but they're not as bad as Ice. We're not great on it. Nope, we have sent families and kids and stuff to prisons for holding refugees and stuff like that. Let's see. Oh, is Monope here? Oh, there you are. Hello, welcome to the SandBox. Okay. So Life Project 25 plan to make anything LGBT plus and public crime against children like, see, Sam. Yeah, that's the thing. Like if a trans woman is convicted of being a sex criminal for going into a woman's washroom and then forced into a men's prison, like just, The Wild West says, Much More has a great book sale and it's where my dad went to school. Cool. It's just such a cute name for a school. Much More Public. As in, slightly more public. Oh, you've seen that performer in real life? Or are you saying, bro, I've seen that lady in real life? Maybe a different person. The Wild West. I must see the 2ID. I think it's a good one. I think it was good. I think it's a good one. A good segment that I threw together. It got a lot longer than I thought, as is most of them, but yeah, apparently I was underwater when Lanier is sitting on the mic. AC, all cats are chaos. Yeah. Hello, Bobby. Got here just in time to see Lanier. Looney Tunes, wait, what the fuck? TYT changed the logo? No, not their logo. Their logo is the same. The presentation of their page, of a page. Let's see. Here, I'll just show you. This is not their main page, but it's on their main website. There we go. No, gotta do this. This. Does this look a little familiar? This space background, even the font, maybe if it was in italics. Does this look a little familiar? Like a little familiar? Like a little familiar? Let's see. Does it look a little familiar? That font, the space background. Just saying. Just saying. I think there's some similarities there. I think I have it on, if I go here, images and video. No, not that. If I go here, no, not that. Here, where is it? Where is it? I put it, oh my gosh. These are so out of order. I think that might be it. If I do this. No, that's not it. Darn it, where is it? Sorry, I'm going through a Photoshop file that is just ridiculous Photoshop file right now. Not that. I know I put it in here. It's not, no, not that one. This, no, not that one. Oh, come on. I know it's here. Sorry, this is just taking me, maybe if I do that. Oh, there it is. Okay, fine. Okay, let's, I think I still have this set up. And I can share this. Where is it? Where is it? Two photos? No, not photos. There we go. That's one. There we go. Finally, I can put those two together. I don't know. There's something about it. Anyway, back to the main shot. They seem a lot similar. Oh, let me get the Vegas up to the right spot. Over here. Okay. Okay, that's ready. I'll need to have my script up too. So just a reminder that when you see these little sneak peeks, it's like looking at the green screen and the people in pajamas with polka dots of the superhero movies and stuff. Because this is not smoothed out. You're just seeing the images and stuff. I'm going to be reading from a script. It's going to be a bit choppy, all of that sort of stuff. In order to get this right. The Wild West, view page and source, then Control F or Command F and search for last modified date. Here, I know what I'm going to do. No, there we go. That's the website. If somebody wants to figure that out. Let's see. This space, which I go on every Wednesday at 4 p.m. Eastern, looks shockingly similar to that. I don't think, like, that's the thing. I don't think they stole the graphic Looney Tunes. I just find it very odd of how similar they look. And why the fuck is TYT using, like, for their what is it, populist plank? Why are they using the space theme like that? And why, all of a sudden, do they have a 24/7 YouTube channel? If I can smooth out some of those details, they'll be added into this segment here. But again, just putting down as some wild hypotheticals that their populist plank logo looks shockingly similar to this space, and they have a 24/7 YouTube channel now. Okay, let's see. Okay, so people don't necessarily know. So Life, the 24/7 channel, has been here for years? Yeah. Rusty, it's not like 24/7 new content. They would just play like other shows that they've had on throughout the day to fill a 24-hour cycle. Bobby, I was going to say that's Soul Life. It's been around for a while. Okay. Just saying. He's been advertising it recently, though. Anyway, the segment I have has nothing of that in it, so everything I put in the segment is accurate. So again, like I said, everything that you're about to see is very bare bones, like very, it'll be choppy. You'll see me reading back and forth. It won't be so smooth, but it's good. It's good stuff that I put together. It's good stuff. It's good stuff. There we go. Does that show the full screen? Yeah, okay. And then I won't be able to see the chat for a little bit while we're going through this because I'll have my script up. So, well, maybe if I squish it over here. Okay. So if anything is going terribly wrong, please just highlight my name and I should be able to see it. And again, I'm not, you know, necessarily sold on everything I'm about to say script-wise. Again, first draft bare bones. And so I'll start off by saying, so this is the start of part 5. So far, we've seen how Jake and Anna have flipped on friends, co-workers, audience members. We've also seen them flip on in the other direction with right-wing script readers. For people who've made it this far in the essays, would it surprise you to find they flipped on more than just people? Would it also surprise you that they've been flat out wrong on major political issues the rest of the left had no problems identifying?
Everybody can watch Young Turks 6 to 8 p.m. Eastern on YouTube and see how incredibly consistent we've been through all these years. You can go back on our YouTube channel and watch videos from 10 years ago and see it.
Oh, them be fighting words with me, huh? Really? You want to go there? Say something that bold in the year 2026? What if I told you I've gone back and I didn't need to go back 10 years to find the receipts?
But then when you say we should take away our rights because of your wacky beliefs, no goddamn deal. We're going to fight you. We're not Democrats. We're progressives. We came to fight.
Ah, yes, TYT, home of progressives. Hey, do you remember the Progressive Pledge? It's still available on their website if you Google it. Let's see. There it is. So we have the 5 pillars: higher wages, Medicare for all. Right there, Medicare for all. I'm going to get back to that in just a second. Green New Deal, college for all, end of corruption. Who signed off on it? Let's go back and see. Oh, look, there's AOC right there. You see her? Right there. Right there. That's back when they used to like her. I wonder, does Jake still consider TYT to be home of the progressives? I mean, it's still part of their branding. It's right there in the main show's intro. See? We'll see it. We'll see it. Because this is their intro, I'm not going to be adding their guitar with it. So let's see. Oh, and let's freeze the screen right there. Yeah, so it's still part of their intro. And they still have it on a lower third bumper. So they must be consistent on that, right? Right? See? Spread the progressive message.
Big announcement today. We are launching a populist takeover of the Democratic Party.
Oh, okay. But the 5 pillars are similar, right? Oh, well, okay, let's see. There's 6 pillars now? That's fine. I understand messaging gets updated, you know, maybe change things up, meet the times, but I'm sure they're consistent with their core values of the progressive pillars. Let's see, we have higher wages. Okay, yeah, that's good. Let's see, we have paid family leave. Ooh, that's embarrassing, having that there. Remember
I've never
this?
been.
Yeah, remember this from the Francesca segment in an earlier essay.
I've never been a full-time employee, never got health care, never got maternity leave when I had my child.
Francesca was contributing to TYT a lot. If paid family leave is so important, why use the loophole of keeping people shy of full-time so you don't have to pay out? Let's see. We have no more wars. Okay. Money out of politics. Let's see. What one is that? That is... ban private equality from buying up homes. Did I miss one? I feel like I missed one. Oh, right. Negotiate all drug prices. So TYT went from Medicare for all, an absolute must of leftist values, to negotiate all drug prices? So from this...
Plank number 2, Medicare for all. No, we're not Medicare for America, not Medicare for some, not Medicare for me but not for you, not public option. No, we didn't stutter. Medicare for all.
Oh, they be stuttering because they went from that to this.
Kobe Blumenfeld Gantz, he's the CEO and founder of Chapter. Now, Chapter is one of our sponsors, so I'm going to tell you that up front. But what I want to talk to you about is Medicare, because there's a lot more I want to learn about Medicare, and you're an expert. So, all right, first of all, your industry, keeping it real, and you guys are about to see how real we're keeping it in a sec. Your industry's got a lot of issues, right?
Just a few.
Yeah. Okay, so you're now kind of making the argument, at least this is what I'm choosing to hear, for Medicare for all. Because if you had Medicare for all, then you wouldn't have that misaligned incentives. Hey, I'm gonna just dump them on Medicare anyway. I don't want to do preventative. But if you do Medicare for all, there is no dumping. It's the same people, same customers, et cetera. So what's your thoughts on that?
I don't have a silver bullet. Obviously the devil's in the details. I think Medicare for all, in all likelihood, would be implemented as Medicare Advantage for all. It would be largely privatized and government funded. It's just the reality of how it would be done, which isn't necessarily the worst thing. It's just how it would be done.
So Medicare for some.
Medicare for more.
Medicare for more, okay. By the way, look, now talk about bias.
So not Medicare for all, Medicare for more.
That would be great for your company, wouldn't it?
It would.
Yeah, because then you'd have a lot more people who could sign up, right? Okay, good. We got one company on the side of Medicare for more.
Ooh, one company for slightly better than worse, slightly better than bad. Well, if you go down to the comments, and switch it to sort by top from newest, you'll see the viewers weren't buying what they were selling. There are so many good ones, it would take me too much time to go over. I'm sure Zach and Gavin over at the Vanguard could have a field day with it. Here's a few of my favorites. This is an ad disguised as an interview. So disgusting. So disappointing. How long before we see infomercials for private prison companies on TYT? Anna could do those. It is not easy to keep up with principles when times are tough. I'm so excited to get help finding the most fitting insurance company to F me over when I need them for something. Thanks, Chapter. Speaking of the Vanguard, they did a little digging.
This is crazy, guys.
We're looking for that. All right, we got a new sponsor that I'm really excited about. It's Chapter. So we've been covering Medicare fraud for a long time, and unfortunately, there's a.
He said Medicare fraud, by the way, not Medicare for all.
Hundreds of these brokers out there now, and they're getting paid by the insurance companies, so they're not giving you the right advice. But Chapter is. We did a lot of research into this, and they're so rare, they're almost unique.
I did a lot of fuck ton of research for this essay. That's not actually in the script. I'm just saying it.
And they could save you up to $1,100 a year in average savings.
Damn. Seems like you did a lot of research. Let me do a little bit of reading about Chapter Medicare, right? Let's see a little bit about this business. So I went over.
Oh, and it won't be so choppy. It's just, you know, I have so many things open that my computer is a bit slow with the smoothness of these videos.
Over to the old Google machine, and you know, Jake did a lot of research, so I figured, you know, owner, Chapter Medicare owner. Oh, Memoir Inc. Okay, so let's go ahead and look up Memoir Inc. Oh, hey, that's funny. Look who the founder is down here, everyone. That took about 2 seconds of research. Vivek Ramaswamy. So obviously the Young Turks were no longer able to be sponsored by Aspiration. It's been defunct for a few years now. And so they went out and got a new sponsor, an AI Medicare advisory firm that was financed by Peter Thiel, JD Vance, and Vivek Ramaswamy. So you've got TYT wants you to get your Medicare coverage you deserve. Jank trusts Chapter to help Americans like you cut through the confusion. Take the quiz now to find the right Medicare plan for you. And if that was just it, it would be humiliating enough. It would be really humiliating to try and manipulate your viewers into signing up for a JD Vance, Vivek Ramaswamy funded Medicare advisory scam. But it's even worse when you've made your entire career and reputation advocating for Medicare for all, and you now no longer support not even a public option. The Rebellion PAC populist plank now says negotiate all drug prices. And I feel like that's a pretty clear example of how taking money from a Medicare advisory firm is going to impact your political position. And now they no longer say anything. We have looked and looked. They no longer say anything in support of Medicare for all or a public option. They said that the populist plank demands that we negotiate all drug prices. And this is from the rebellionpac.org website.
That's quite the consistency there. And that was just a 6-year difference, not 10. They're not gonna like me when this video is done. They're not gonna like me. They're not gonna like me. I hope you enjoyed that, The Wild West, and only The Wild West. I don't care if anyone else enjoyed it. I do. I'm not showing the AOC bit. No, I have to get paid a lot more for that, as in actually like going on the Vanguard to go over that clip. Or else I'm just going to be showing you it when my video essay is out. It's a teaser. I have to put in some teasers. Let's see, the Progressive Pledge? You don't remember the Progressive Pledge, Looney Tunes? Yeah, that was before the Populist Plank. That was back in like 2019 they were doing it. The Progressive Pledge, where they were having a whole bunch of people sign up, including AOC. Kyle Klonsky signed up on it too. You know, all these people were signing up on it. Medicare for All was one of the big ones on it. Rusty TYT makes progress the other way. LOL. Yeah, Jet, not a good look for YTY. Isidore become a good liar like he was. Wild West. Progressive conservatives. Ooh, that's such an Ontario Canadian thing for you to say. Rusty, did Cenk sign it? He made it. That was the TYT thing. They made it, and we're trying to get a bunch of other people to sign up on it. No, they haven't said that in a long time. Didn't Cenk use the shit on populists? I'm not entirely sure if I can remember. I might have some clips in there about that. I might have clips about that, actually. Looney Tunes COVID broke Anna Cenk and Hannah's brains even when MJB died. Isidore from the Fall of Rome straight to the Terminator. No, this is just back in 2019, this progressive pledge. Let's see. Nope. Jumped. Bobby, he sounds like he has his mouth full of something. Shit. The Wild West, somehow this is worse than what I thought it would be. Yeah, I do my best. I do my best to point out how bad that's gone. Also saying, let Elon put a chip in your brain, no more confusion. And the Wild West thinks this video is going to be amazing. I thank you. I am very, very anxious about it. Still have a lot of work to do, and I'm worried that, it's going to fall flat or something of that sort, but I'm sure you guys can tell by now. I put a lot of work into it. I've dotted my T's and crossed my I's, as I like to say in my dyslexic way. But tomorrow I'll be watching the video that the Vanguard pointed out today, the wing nuts or whatever, and I was on for a podcast. It's over 2 hours long. I'll be watching that. I also have to watch an episode, well, not the whole thing, but just enough for context of, what's it called? It's called, not Wise Nuts, News Nation with Chris Cuomo. An episode of that. Because Cenk is a regular on that, apparently. And he said something that a really, a channel much smaller than mine, she had clipped it and was commenting on it. And when I first saw it, I'm like, this is bullshit. AI. It's so bad. But I need to check to make sure it wasn't just Cenk being sarcastic. I didn't go back enough in the context for that. I need to check to make sure he wasn't sarcastic. Because, he said that whole thing about, oh, David Duke, you're not a racist. And he was being sarcastic in that, so I need to double check that this wasn't just him being sarcastic. And if he's not being sarcastic in it, then I need to add it to a certain part that I know of off the top of my head. Looney Tunes, I found TYT chat in 2021 or 2022, yeah. Rusty, am I going to be sending it to Jank for comments before releasing it? Probably not. Hello, Diamond Weight Loss. Welcome to SandBox. It's more, he's already made it clear, him and Anna have made it clear they're not interested in talking with people like me. Plus, I would have no way of getting it to him. Are you chewing on something you're not supposed to be chewing on? But also, I can guarantee you, I have gone to great lengths to make sure I am not taking anything out of context. I am, like even that one from News Nation, I am bending over backwards to make sure that everything I put in, I can back up. I'm going to be giving links to sources so people can double check and make sure. And really, when you're not taking anything out of context like that, why do I hear a cat getting up to something? They shouldn't be getting up to. Ah. B-Cat Jank loves Chris Cuomo. Yeah. Looney Tunes. Wait, what? Why is Jank going to News Nation? I just found out because of that clip. Because I tried searching for that clip first. I couldn't find it, so I left a comment in that person's a comment under that person's video asking for the source, and they provided it. So because I was worried that it was completely clipped out of context and stuff like that, but the fact that she supplied the link to the full video, it's not looking good for Jank. Isidore, I want to help a person like you. Like, subscribe, share, let people know about this. Doesn't cost you a thing. Let other leftist content creators know about me. I have yet to appear or collaborate on a channel that is larger than mine, and I'm looking forward to that someday. I've had people from larger channels on my channel. I need to go on other channels to help boost my numbers. And all that helps. Just messaging and talking in the SandBox helps in the algorithm, and that doesn't cost anything. So yeah, I hope that was worth it. But yeah, I found some clips that are just so wild. Like the clip I found of what Jank said about AOC. I forgot how I came across that video. The Vanguard, you know what? I think the Vanguard might have shown part of it, but they don't watch the full thing. And when you watch the full thing, you get juicier tidbits. I think that might have been it. I don't recall. Or it might have just been a recommend. It might have just been a recommend in my videos. Because when you start searching these things, you get recommended all this stuff. And it's like, oh, what is he on this channel for? And you watch it and it's like, holy shit. No, I think I typed it out. So the Vanguard might have covered part of it, but they didn't cover all of it. Or somebody else did, or something. I don't know. I don't know. All I know is I have the source. And when I make these public, my playlist will be available for everyone to go and dissect. Well, Wes, thanks for all your work, Sandy. Why, thank you. I'm done doing research tonight for it. Okay, let's see if there's anyone live right now. Edit. TYT 24/7 is live. Oh, nobody else is live right now, so I won't be redirecting yet to anyone. see. Rusty and AOC called Anna not so bright. Oh, I have a segment on that. I have a segment on their back and forth. They had a back and forth. I have that. So I have what AOC said about Anna, and I have what Anna said about AOC. And now I have what Cenk also said about AOC. Oh my god. Like, there are things that I wanted to add that I didn't end up adding because when I thought about it, the context was wrong, or it didn't make sense, or I wasn't even sure. Things were too convoluted, so then I would take it out. So it is, you know, like even when I go back and I do a second edit of my draft, there might be things that I take out again because since then more information has come out and I realize, oh, okay, that was some deeper meaning behind that and it doesn't really fit. Like if all I wanted to do was just make TYT look bad, it's so easy. But there's a meaning behind, like there's a message behind everything I'm doing. This isn't just about drama for the sake of drama. It's me trying to get a message out there. It's me about trying to build more leftist solidarity. And right now I see Cenk and Anna as being the biggest wedge from that happening, is the way that they're stoking leftist stuff. And I know like Sam Cedar has said this thing about Rush Limbaugh, that if he didn't exist, the media would make him exist because of how useful he is. And I'm under the belief that if Cenk and Anna didn't exist, the Dems and mainstream media would make them exist because of the role that they play in keeping the left divided. And then it's also just challenging the viewers. It's like, I'm going to show you repeated times that they have misled you and lied and not done their due diligence. Can you really accept them as a trustworthy source? If you're just looking for infotainment, fine. But can you believe them? When they've done all these things and they didn't read past a headline, or they didn't double check a source, or they didn't look into something to an audience of millions, or they spread blatant misinformation over and over again to help demonize the trans community? Rusty left at the TYT. I don't know GNN, Looney Tunes. It might be a fine channel. I don't know them. I'm only going to redirect to channels that I'm actually really familiar with. And when it comes to like new channels, sometimes I just don't have the spoons. Isadora, I have drafts of stuff for 30 years. Well, I'm hoping to get it out before 30 years. It's become quicksand. Yeah, because my biggest issue is the longer it takes me to do this essay, the longer it becomes, because things pop up really recent that I'm like, oh, I should probably add that, and then it gets added in and all that sort of stuff. Got a great quote from Cenk too, just saying how he doesn't have, how he has thick skin. So like Cenk said, the trans activists were idiots that only do it for clout. I know, it's in there. It's he doesn't like it when people call him names, but he's fine calling other people names. I'm just saying. Looney Tunes, they talk Canadian politics at GNN. That's good. Yes, Jet. Cenk has called people like me and people who watch me would fall into that same category as idiots. I have the clips to back it up. The Wild West. What clout? When do I get clout? I'm giving you clout. Okay, I'm pooped. I need to eat like food. and stuff. Next news live stream, if everything is going smoothly, will be Sunday. I'll be on this space Wednesday at 4 p.m. Eastern. Yeah. Getting distracted. I don't know if I have a clip of Anna calling us psycho, but I have clips of her saying things. I don't know. I have a list of clips and stuff that I still need to go through. So that I put at the beginning of part 5. Part 5 is more or less done. Part 6, I'm just starting. And what is part 6 about? Let's see. And it doesn't mean that there'll be 6 parts. It's just I have to break them into parts because they're so long and so heavy in content and stuff. It would like make my editing program unalive itself. And so in part 6, I'll be covering things that they have lied about. Things like the union and the fires and things of that sort, crime, Venezuela, birthing people, the way that they insist that we're trying to force people to refer to us as women as birthing people and all that sort of stuff, plus some other stuff. Then just some out of the blue stuff, like their sudden embrace of the 9/11 trutherism. Then sketchy money stuff. And then kind of like my wrap up. So it's really like 3 main topics that are left. And then I have to go through and check things like, okay, when I circle things, am I using a circle or a square in the graphics? You know, consistency, things like that. That would just drive me crazy. I need to go over that. So like Anna has recently said it, well, if you have the clip, let me know. I don't watch all of their shows. Okay, so I'm pooped. Going to bed. So, well, I'm going to eat, then unwind and go to bed. I've been sitting here all day working on everything. I need to go and relax and decompress. So, thank you everyone for coming out. Thank you for all your support. You know, financial support helps a lot, but, you know, just support chatting in the SandBox, liking and subscribing and sharing my content also helps. Thank you to people who have become members and patrons, who have purchased things off my Amazon wish list. I wouldn't be here without all that amazing support I've received from this community. Thank you to the mods for keeping the SandBox clean of turds, although I don't think we've been overwhelmed. So like Anna was talking about purging the psycho left. Oh yeah, I have that. Purging the psycho left from yeah, no, I have that from her audience. Yeah, no, I got that. Don't worry. Anyway. With all of that. Salut, à la prochaine. Thank you for watching and stay tuned. I'm Sandy, wishing your tomorrow is better than your today.